Hey there, I'm Eternal, and I'm an object show fan who's on a journey to know everything about object shows. Let's play Object Catchup. Hello and welcome into Object Catchup. This is where we discuss object show episodes right after watching them. Whether they're new or old, famous or unknown, it doesn't matter. We will get to it all. Now, for today, we are starting what will be a 9+ hour quest, which is going to be the quest to catch up at one of the biggest shows which we have not caught up with. However, for a reason, Paper Puppets. Yes, Paper Puppets, an absolutely enormous show, had season 2 episode 17 release the other day. We won't be getting there for a while, but because we need to start all the way at the beginning. Yes, we need to start on May 2013, which is when the first episode of Paper Puppets Season 1 originally released, which is crazy. I mean, yeah. Paper Puppets is, of course, what I would call one of the top dogs. Has had an episode with over 1 million views historically. The first episode of Season 2. This season, as you can tell, this video has 397,000 views. It's a bit more unknown. It's a bit of kind of like the skip the season type thing. However, out here, we are complete. Therefore, we will watch Paper Puppets Season 1 before we get to Paper Puppets Season 2. Because that's how that works, right? So, we will be doing that in due time. I think there's nothing else for us to really point out. That'll be the main topic of the week. It's time for Paper Puppets, Episode 1, the start of Paper Objects. Go. Okay, so that is episode 1 of Paper Puppets. Okay, that is an interesting video on the YouTube platform that I have just watched. Okay, so let's get one thing straight. One of the rule sets for Object Catchup is that I try to avoid covering object shows that are not animated. I usually consider animation to be one of the main components necessary, right? So I don't try to so I tend to not allow IRL things. There have been, I think, 2 exceptions historically in Catchup. This will stand as the 3rd exception, as, of course, this is a Season 1 to a show that eventually becomes animated. But yes, there have been 3 exceptions to BF4, which is so storytelling that I think it counts. Then there was that one joke show by Peace Mations where I was just bored and felt like covering it. And then there is this. So that is rather intriguing. Now, of course, the main thing that stands out when watching this episode is that it's just kind of cute. Like, seeing these shows in this day and age, it's like a bit different. It kind of hits different because, yeah, there are people that make content like this in today's day and age. They do exist. However, in general, it's seeing that content modernly, right, by like a kid in today's day and age is a bit different because we don't have a story. This is now a chapter of a story, which we know ends up very well. You know, YellowAngiru ends up making it to the very top of animation in the OSC. Therefore, doing that while also having this chapter, the story arc, being specifically YellowAngiru cannot animate. Like, the show, like, they're just straight up telling me, yo, I can't animate, which is really, really funny. Of course it is. And because, like, it's such a incredible time capsule, right? That just looking at it makes you go like, wow, you know, it's unbelievable. But yeah, our premise is we end up having Gold Ingot host a show on top of this table where we end up having a cast count of like around 12, right? No, about 16, yeah, about a 16-person cast, if I'm not mistaken, between the 2 teams, where the loser will be sent to the White Box of Doom, which is like a laundry basket. And while we do that, we end up having the characters end up going off and here on a battle on top of this platform, which is like a cardboard cutout. And then we end up having the characters throw each other off, of course, having a battle, proper balance beam style, and then eventually making it to the final two, and of course getting to form the teams is Bottle and Melon. Now, okay, while this seed is happening, okay, I do gotta, I'm gonna point out one time, okay, I'm just gonna point out one time, all right. Does anybody know what that is on their arm? Like, it just looks like a gigantic bruise. Like, what happened? Like, I'm sorry. Does anybody know? Is that like a condition, or is that? Because like that is a really interesting. I've just never seen it. I'm just curious. I'm not. It's not hating. I'm just curious. I've never seen that type of mark before on the arm right there. Like, that's a really interesting thing. But either way, we end up having those two pick out their teams. We have the one cut of the video. There's one cut in the entire video right there from pre-team to post-team selection, where we end up having those teams. There could have definitely been space for a couple more, right? Like, we end up being like, oh, yo, we're gonna do the challenge, so there's gonna be some technical difficulties because they gotta put the camera down and draw, right? Because the challenge is a drawing challenge. It's like, well, hold on, you have video editing capabilities. So why were we not using? If we could cut the video, we know we could cut the video. So why is it that we didn't just cut the video till after the drawings were done? Like, I feel like that would have been a suitable event, right? Because a lot of the time, we only have one take, yeah. But, like, in this case, we did it. So, not exactly sure why we ended up doing that. We also ended up having the team names, which ended up being called the Blasting Bottles and the Mighty Melons. May I admit, pretty solid team names. Whoa, incredible. We actually had decent team names. Of course, the BFDI inspired, but it's 2013. So, we ended up doing, all right, a challenge to get the drawings for a win token. The two teams nominate for the drawing contest. Chip on one side because their drawings have been everywhere, whatever that is supposed to mean. But we end up sending that, and then we end up getting Fridge, who's apparently a good drawer. Fridge's drawing is alright. It gets an 8 out of 10. Very exaggerated. Bro drew a square rather than a rectangle, but like in general, a 7 would be fine, especially because they don't have colored colors to their name. And then a Chip ended up drawing a super squiggle that's out here looking like Squirrel from that show, which we watched on Catchup, and that ends up getting a 26 negative. I like that because it's kind of like a bait out. Like, what, 26? But no, it's negative 26 out of 10, which is a whoa. But that makes, for when we discover what the sentence actually means, it means that, the drawings have been everywhere. They've been in every trash can around the country, which is interesting. That means that bro has just been drawing things, placing it in every trash can. So, alright, sounds good. And then Fridge has won a win token. Whatever those do, we'll find out. Maybe. You can never be too sure. And then the other team is up for elimination. Now, however, like, one of the things which I do want to say about this is that, yes, of course, it's a low-quality show, in quotation marks. However, I am going to dispute you and say that I don't think this is low quality. I think that this is actually rather high quality. As somebody who has seen, okay, and was into back in the very old day, plush videos and that stuff, I will admit, this is a relatively high level video because you can tell that we thought it out, like we didn't come up with a team name on the spot. We didn't come up with team forming on the spot. We didn't come up with who was gonna make it on the spot. We just we knew what we were gonna do, and then we did it. Which you might think, oh, yo, that's like not that impressive. No, but it kind of is, because they're super rare. You'll nearly never find like one of these kid productions, because a lot of the time they just want to do it, so they just turn on the camera and bullshit up a story, which is like is fine. Again, it's a kid having fun, but I do find that extra a point of like being like, okay, this fella, you can tell that we had it relatively thought out, because we ended up doing it in a decent amount of time, 10 minutes to do overall a decent amount of content, right? Having a solid setting, the phone or whatever camera's recording ends up having some type of like a tripod on it, I think, because it can manage to latch itself on standing, which is very good, because a lot of the time that's one of the big problems, having to do movement in handheld. But no, we do actually have camera angles that we can put the phone down. You see, like, a lot of that's pointing at the platform and all that stuff. Like, this is also that has been that was thought out, even for making up the excuse for why you need to put down the camera. Nearly everything, it was thought out. There's like one or two sections when drawing the dividing of the two teams on the whiteboard that we didn't think through before, but like in general, we end up having some solid stuff. And I think that that's pretty good, pretty impressive, and it shows a sign of caring and a sign of effort. What I think is the most impressive thing, and it's something that they have on me, I am worse than this YellowAngiru from 2013 is saying things. Do you notice that, like, I was paying attention after a little bit? I believe that there's only one in this video. That capability of just speaking, of just saying the next sentence, taking out a lot of that filler. There weren't many ums. There weren't many likes. There was just talking. And if we screwed up the sentence, we reset the sentence. It was interesting, because it's a different type of thing. Like, instead of saying you say the start of the sentence again. Like that, I've never done it. I've never done it. It's like a different method of thinking through speech in the middle of saying it, which is to say it again. You see, I'm like testing it out, but it's rather intriguing to see in action, because it makes it also seem like a bit more professional, because there's no ums and ahs that make you think, oh, okay, we don't know what we're saying, because we do know what we're saying, but that other way of filler manages to make it work a lot, and I would say that's rather impressive. So I am rather into this. I will be honest. I am low-key impressed. But it's now time to jump ourselves over into episode 2 and see the journey continue. Now, with music. Go. Okay, that is episode 2 of Paper Puppets. So, the evolution is starting to pick itself up. Now, I've just realized that, apparently there is only a 1-day turnaround window from the one episode to the other. I mean, of course, it is significantly faster to record IRL content than it is to record to animate, right? But I will admit that a 1-day production window from elimination end to next episode is aggressive. That is aggressive, even for like the standards here, especially because the standards here aren't even that bad. There's like a good chunk of great stuff in, and we're kind of locking in on the editing. We're actually doing a bit more cuts than last time. We're doing montages. We've got music. Oh my god. Music is officially real. It's not real so far in the non-montage sections, where so far I've only had it for montage sections, so the music still needs to invade the regular scenes, but I don't know if it ever will. And while it's doing that, it was a pretty good montage though. So let's talk about it play by play, right? Event by event. Otherwise, it's gonna be a bit confusing. So we end up having the characters on the other team wonder who's getting out. They end up debating and eventually I think agree to a majority consensus to eliminate either Post-it Note or because they're a nerd or Chip because they fucked up the challenge and are mean. We then end up having the elimination where one vote was cast. Damn. Yeah, that is not a lot, but it's 2013 and like it's one of the dangers. It is one of the dangers of object shows. Back in the day, they didn't necessarily get votes because, like, nowadays that's like a difficult thing to actually see happen because, like, in the modern times, YouTube has gone pretty good. I will admit that, like, in general, if an object show's there, people watch object shows will find it. Right, so like in general, it's really rare to see like only like one vote, nowadays. I don't like it happens from time to time, but like it's kind of it is rare. We end up being like, yo, we're gonna need more votes next time. Oh, it's not gonna be worth it, and we only get 5 votes. So yeah, we get 5 votes and we get more than 10 votes, then maybe we are going to have an early debut. So, alright, that's the NBA entry. We're already having early debuts, bro. Debuts were already a thing. Even you think debuts were a rare thing? Nah, even before Object 4, right? We did debuts all the time. We did the BFDI style debuts instead. And eventually the elimination ends up having Chip getting eliminated thanks to the one voter who has changed the course of history forever. And they proceeded to go into the box of doom with the new character Hand. Yes, the Hand has officially become a character. This is a good idea, I will admit. This is a good idea. You would need to invent some random thing like, oh, I'm gonna do the scoop, right? But like in general, I think making the Hand a character for these scenarios is probably pretty useful. Next challenge, challenge number 2 ends up being to grab grab rubber balls and put them in your team's jar. Now, these are some interesting looking jars. One of them is a bat, or this is, what is that? That's like not a jar, but like, is it a jar? That's one hell of a jar. That is one omega jar. But anyways, we proceed to have the montage of them picking up their montage, getting balls in various places, such as the carpet, the couch, many places. There's one issue with this montage. It's that so you see what ends up happening is that I don't know what character is usually picking it up, because by holding the character you put your thumb in the way, so I don't get to see it. But like overall, I do like it, and the variety. The house seems to be also, I guess, at play here in Paper Puppets. It is real. But overall, after a big combined set there near the end, we end up managing to have the Melon team. The Mighty Melon managing to win it at the end with a clutch up. Everybody went together to fetch them and then eventually submitted them at the end. The other team ended up having a chainsaw and glass shard, the two kind of meaner ones, being like, oh, I need to win the challenge. So they ended up kind of pouring it all together, right? But then they kind of petered out. And to be fair to them, though, 6 out of 8 people on their team did not get a single rubber ball. So I mean, at that point, it's now there's a degree of carrying that is possible for these fellas, right? There is a degree of carrying, but maybe not that much, right? So that means that they're out, but they still are safe because life isn't fair, so they get immunity. Now, okay, the best performer getting immunity, I would still argue, is a solid idea, Like, having MVP immunity, regardless of the team, would be a very interesting possibility, I will admit, especially for an object show. And I honestly would be down to have one of the big object shows try that. because currently I don't think any big object show has MVP immunity like that. But like it would be an intriguing thing, and I would honestly recommend it. I would say that it'd be a solid thing to try. However, Gold Ingot is also giving them a Gold Ingot is also giving them a win token for their efforts, which is not, well, you can't do that because they didn't win. There was no winning done. Winning was not achieved. Maybe did they get the most balls? I don't know. I mean, the other team got way more. We don't see a running total, right? So yeah, but then we know that doesn't matter because I don't think that they tied in the amount of balls that they got, but saying that they both get a win token. So the win token is not just for the straight up best performer because it went to 2 people. So then what is going on? I don't know. I don't know, but it's kind of intriguing. You see, I don't know. You see how like I'm getting into it because like this show is giving us is giving us information. Like that's kind of the thing about it. This show is organized at its heart. At its heart, it's organized. At its heart, it's trying its best to make sense. It's got technical limitations. Yes, are we young when making it? Yes, but like you can tell, at its core, it's there. There is a show there, right? And you can, use your imagination a little bit to do it. It's the same thing that happens with a lot of, those bigger, like, plush video creators, right? Is that, like, yeah, the quality wasn't there, right? And a lot of the time they were young. However, you could tell that there was a thought-out story there still. Maybe it wasn't great, but it was there. Right, which means that you can imagine it out, and then you will connect to it, which I think is intriguing. Everybody else on this team is up for elimination. Apparently, June 2nd is the release of the next episode. June 1st is the elimination. I'm actually hilariously curious to see if this gets 10 votes. That is very interesting. Who's gonna now? I mean, I don't know. It's already impossible to predict an elimination when there's only one person to vote, but it's also specifically more impossible when there's one person in 2013 that's voting. So, I have no idea. Let's go mirror random prediction. Here we go. All right, episode 3 is titled The Unexpected Personality. Go. Okay, that is episode 3 of Paper Puppets. I will admit, the cuts per episode is definitely increasing, we're looking at it and we're like, alright, that first episode I think got 1 total cut in it. And now the second episode had the montage, had quite a bit of cuts there. And then this episode is properly doing cuts because, yeah, I feel like it's just a natural realization, right? Like, if I can do a cut, it's gonna be better, right? Because instead of needing to set up the elimination area and then proceed to do, after the elimination, set up everything, take 20 seconds to do that, right? I just make a cut and then have the cut immediately. And then there's not that 20-second filler range that everybody's on about. You can properly just kind of time it properly and make a smoother flowing episode. And indeed, we did realize this, and we are improving it all so far. I'm telling you, bro. YellowAngiru from 2013 was smart, That's kind of the thing. You can tell from even back in the day that these people, they was smart, BFDI. I'm telling you, dude, BFDI original, for example, you can look at it, and be like, oh, there's a million issues. Yeah, but it is one of the smartest object shows. BFDI is one of the smartest object shows because of how it uses limited resources. It's I know, and you can tell in majority of these early shows, where the it's probably coming from, where the skills are coming from, because you can tell that this is smart. Like, I'm looking at this and it's like, okay, yeah, I mean, again, it's obviously limited, but we're thinking, we're thinking when making the show, basically, right? Paper Puppets is a show that's being made, and undeniably this show has thought put into it, which is nice. Anyhow, what do we have? We have ourselves the elimination after some people were like, oh, I feel bad for Chip because it's awful he got eliminated. I mean, okay, true in the sense where you did nominate Chip to be the guy who draw. Yes, true. You didn't necessarily need to listen to him. However, you didn't just nominate them on a whim. Chip specifically volunteered to go draw. You said okay. Like, you didn't, like, it wasn't your idea to have Chip go up there. It was Chip's own idea. So they dug their own grave by having them go do the thing that they dislike, right? So that it was just not a smart idea, to be honest. It wasn't it. And either way, having the elimination with the other team, which one of them will end up joining Chip in the box of doom. The prize ends up being dimes, which officially means that Paper Puppets has a budget. I mean, it technically always had a budget, because, paper costs money. But the crayon costs money. But, the dimes are the first official budget, all right? What do we make, a budget total? We just do, how much would it cost to make paper? But cost the paper 20 cents. It's just, okay, yeah. I'm feeling it. And then we got 10 votes. Yes, we did it. The police worked. The police were like, please vote. Please. It worked. We ended up getting those votes, and we got the shit done. Which is epic. I like that. I like that quite a bit. Because, again, it shows the people paid attention to. Back in the day, the times are different. And then we end up having the eliminated contestant be none other than Brick after a close, well, not really, with a basketball. Brick ends up getting eliminated. This is a thing that, you'll notice. I feel like nowadays, in 2026, I do think that object show viewers are a bit more accustomed to a mean character, I do really believe that, because I feel like they will survive more than here, or you'll notice this. I know I'm overanalyzing 10 voters from 2013, but you can really tell, Brick didn't do much, in that last episode. They really didn't. However, they get eliminated for the sake of having a mean character, especially having a mildly rude voice, right? It's the only reasoning that I guess you can do. But it's so interesting how we're just laser eyes on vote out mean immediately, right? Whereas nowadays, I mean, we'll still do that, but I think it's less, I think that the stereotype was built around this era, and then it has kind of, slowly died out. But yeah, Brick ends up joining Chip. They make a great duo over in the white box of doom. And then we end up having the challenges. So the challenge is long jump contest. Yes, all right. But calculated by a ruler. You'll be doing either running long jumps or standing long jumps, where the teams get to nominate two people. The team leaders nominate two people, one to do the running and one to do the standing. Both of the teams use the same tactic to nominate, which is the same tactic they used back in episode 1 as well, which is they proceed to go be like, hello, who wants to do the jump? And then the first person who says it ends up doing it. There's no strategy. I want to be honest, these people, right? These people, they're not strategizing much, these characters. I mean, they really aren't. they're looking at it and they're going yo, I got this, and it's like, all right, then all right, bro. Uh, there's not even like any testing. Like, you could test it out. Be like, all right, everybody do a standing long jump and see how far, and we'll choose whoever makes it far. Like do like a mini competition between. Nope, there's just random choices. We end up choosing Cup and Flashlight on the Melon team, and then we end up choosing Cup and Pan on the Melon team, and then Flashlight and Basketball on the other team. Now, I do believe that, of course, you would want for a channel like this a lighter character with arms, presumably. Because, arms give you, like, an additional, like, mobility. They give you, like, that additional mobility that should theoretically get you to jump farther. However, everybody's a paper anyways, like, very specifically, they're paper objects, so I don't think it necessarily matters what object they are. In this world, we end up having the running long jumps. Now, it turns out that there's a little bit of a mystery thing going on, is that somehow, how a running long jump gets you farther because you have momentum? Not here. The standing long jumpers solo the running long jumpers. If Basketball got a 10 centimeters with a standing long jump, while fucking Flashlight only got 6 with a running long jump, that is washed. That is washed. But either way, none of this ends up really mattering, because it turns out that Pan actually had epic mode thing. They had an ultra go crazy mode, and this crazy mode has got them all the way to 26 centimeters. Honestly, I was debating whether that was gonna happen. I will be honest, I was expecting the exact opposite. I was expecting for Pan to jump like 1 centimeter. I thought that was gonna be the gag. That felt like an easy gag, easy dubs gag, but nope, not quite. And that means that Pan wins for the Melons, and the other team is up for elimination. No auto immunity this time. I will note that for some reason we were talking about Glass Shard and Chainsaw like needing to get tokens, getting 0 votes. Like, yeah, they were safe. You made them immune. Did you forget? Like, what? But yeah, no immunity this time. Who's getting out? I mean, Basketball didn't fail. The other fellow didn't really fail. Dude, last time we did eliminate the worst performer. So let's say Chainsaw, because Chainsaw is mean. Alright, let's go with that. Let's see. The debut will apparently be in episode 5, so we gotta take a look out for that. But now time for episode 3.5. Yes, a half episode. Ooh. So, the half episode is entitled The New Change. Go. Okay, that is episode 3.5 of Paper Puppets. So this is a little bit of an episode. It's like an announcement thing, I guess. It's the first episode I have ever seen whose entire point of existence is to tell them, yo, we got new assets, which is interesting, and because it is kind of a thing that shows do, because shows do this. Shows switch up their assets all the time. Just ask 3E. It's just like shows change up their assets very often, and in general, a lot of the time, that's one of the few things that gets considered as a 100% external decision. Like, usually there is no in-universe explanation for why a character has changed their asset, right? It's just not a thing, Every once or twice a show, they'll tackle it, but on average, if a character changes asset, we're just presume that that's the outsider decision, and it's never something in the show, because it's one of those things that's super hard to explain, right? Like, it just doesn't make sense. It's kind of like the character randomly changing their looks, like, it doesn't, like, there's no like logical way to explain it in universe. So a lot of the time we just go like, look, we're not gonna explain it, and you're gonna presume it makes sense. So you know what? That is fair. However, this episode ends up tackling it. Of course, this episode has the additional metric that it's IRL, so it has to cover it in that basis. It's kind of like if you replace an object, like if you're making an IRL logic show that you replace a calculator with a different calculator, like you probably got to explain that, right? So, yeah. We end up having the idols are what they're called, because it's the idol pose, right, of each character, and we end up changing it. We get to see our host here and their new assets, which are very object. They really do. They scream 2013 object show, man. They really do. They in a way, like. And all these creators, they had the style and they were gunning for it, It's interesting because, like, it's such a style, despite the fact that it's not really BFDIA style. Like, I wouldn't really say that. It's like there's like this weird alternate version of it. It's like Overload styled, I would say. It's more Overload styled, which, yeah, it's intriguing. Yeah, because, like, I think that the average show creator back then, they wasn't really doing BFTA style. They were trying to do Overload style. Yeah, like, that's kind of weird. But, yeah, every character gets a new redesigns. Are they better? Yes. They are better. It does come at a cost, which is the cost of the fact that it will be, the papers are just bigger. Like the paper, they are big. The papers are bigger, which means that we end up having possible problems later. I mean, they're not that much bigger, though. Come on. Like, oh no, they need to hold on to it a bit harder. Like, it's okay. And they're also not drawn; they're printed out, which means that, of course, there is a little bit of an issue with the quality. You can tell that it's not like the best print quality, but at the end of the day, it's fine. You can see the characters better. I like them. I think that they're solid. We end up having a lot of stalling in this episode. Like, okay, look, I can see the pose the character is saying. I don't need Bottle to go out here and go like, all right, you're looking mean, you're looking happy, you're looking like, oh my god. Like, you don't need to do all that. You're looking courageous. Okay, bro. Then Dictionary. Dude, yeah, they're looking like Dictionary. Oh my god. Dictionary is from... What show is Dictionary from? Wait, am I cooked? I'm cooked. I don't remember that. But yeah, Pan is looking derpy. That back when that was a word. People use that word. I feel like that word has died. That word, that's not a word anymore. That's... I feel like that word is over for that word, Like, nobody has ever used it again. So that's kind of interesting. Like I remember that era, like, really do. But then, not that era. I remember a couple years later, and it was still being a word in use, but now not really. Out of these assets, the worst one is probably Watermelon and Toothbrush. Those two look rough. Those two are not looking elite. But all the other assets, they look pretty solid. And I'd say for ones like Cup, it's very pro. It's actually very pro. Or a Chip's asset's not great. But yeah, even those in the white box of doom got redesigned. And in fact, everybody got redesigned. So, except for Hand, that's true. The Hand character, the Hand co-host, did not get a redesign. This is super unfortunate. But, I mean, like, look, all I'm saying is that if you put on a glove, that would count as a Hand redesign. All I'm saying is that if you really had to, you could do that. Just saying it. But yeah, that is the side episode about telling them about the new idols that it will be in the future, and then we can now, of course, jump ourselves into the waters of the next episode, because the waters of the next episode are very simple. They're the waters of episode 4. War cards. Go. There's honestly very little moments where I regret the catch-up system or having to talk about an episode for roughly the length of the episode. Right, I think it's a good system. I stand by it. I think it survived, the test of like hour-long episode. Did it super short episodes. It's fair, all of these situations. I feel like I've looked at it and it's like, yep, it's there. I'm seeing it. It's making sense. But now there's certain episodes that are like, holy. And this is one of them. Wow, if this is ever not interesting. Yeah, no, that is definitely a step back, unfortunately, here for 2013. Paper Puppets, that is a boring episode. Because we end up having the challenge be war. Okay, so challenge is war. Okay, so war, the card game, you draw a card, you flip it over, and whoever has the higher card wins both of them. After the deck is done, whoever has the most cards is safe. It wins. Alright, now one thing that you'll notice from me having pointed it out is that is a 100% luck dependent game. So what character do it doesn't matter. There is no strategy, right? It's not like an altered version. Like, if it was an altered version where you maybe had, like, a deck. Like, I know there's, like, a Mario Party minigame, right? Where you have to pick the highest card, right? But you have, like, a deck of cards, right? You have, like, 10 cards. You have, like, a card of each number. And then you can put that card into as your choice, right? So that means that like you can submit a card. So you can submit a 10 and just automatically win, right? However, that means that in the next round you won't ever have a 10 against. If somebody uses a 10 against you, you lose, right? Like, you see, it adds on strategy. You can make it interesting. It's just there is no effort done in this episode to make this challenge any interesting. And then of course, the comments pointed out, but of course I have to point out again, it's also uninteresting because the characters show off no personality during it, right? We just end up having reveal your card. Like, this is how half of this episode goes. Reveal your cards now. And then the cards, by the way, don't even need to get flipped over. They're already flipped over. You can see them half the time before the bro has even said flip your cards. But before that, flip your cards now. And then it goes like, yes. And then, aw. Alright, that's how it goes. Flip your cards now. Yes. Aw. That it just does that 40 times. I had to repeat it there a little bit. So, let's talk about the previous episode. Episode 3.5, guys, was pretty interesting. One of the things I forgot to mention about episode 3.5, by the way, so I'm gonna take this advantage to mention it, is that they do, for some reason, really like calling golden ink a golden token in that episode. Not sure why. Golden token. For a minute, I thought that was like a different character. It was like a golden token. I forgot to mention it there because it had been some time between me watching the episode and the thing. But, like, that is golden token. And there also was one moment with the ones on the box where there was just a constant ambulance siren in the background. Look, I mean, like, shout out to them, but you could have waited until they were gone to record. But anyway, that's the last thing I want to say about the 2.5 I forgot about. But yeah, before that, we end up having a chat about having ourselves the start where we end up having the elimination, where we end up having the eliminated contestant be none other than technically a tie between bottle and basketball. However, basketball ends up getting eliminated by the tiebreaker, which is just war again. It is basically war. It's a war, but explained mildly different. Look, you gotta understand, all right? You gotta understand. We made the big budget decision of getting a deck of cards. Okay, we're gonna use it. For this episode, we spent like all of the budget on this deck of cards. We're gonna use the fuck out of these deck of cards. Okay, this is the new big edition. All right, so you gotta keep an eye, all right? This is the big edition, and this edition is the big edition, all right? So, I accidentally cut off the recording by pressing spacebar. I am dumb. This is... I am less professional than paper puppets. All right, you gotta understand. But yeah, Botto eventually ends up being safe and actually ends up doing very well in the real war challenge, which means that they end up winning the same amount of wars as the winner eventually does, because of course they won this one as well. But yeah, at the beginning we also end up having Melon get hit up by Pan, Slipper, and Purse, being like, yo, do you want to do an alliance? Because on our team we are the only armless contestants. Now they make it sound like this isn't still the majority of people on their team. As if there isn't like 7 people on their team, and they'd be like, oh no, only 4 of us don't have arms. Is that, bro? Gee, this is hard. Like, you're not secluded if that's the I understand making an alliance, but if your alliance is because of being the minority that you're not, it's intriguing. It's an intriguing decision there by the characters here. But yeah, overall we end up having the setup to war. I do find it interesting we have like a Lego cake chopped up to make the pieces. That's nice. I wonder if it'll get repeated, right? Because I mean, it's there, so theoretically, for the next episode we could just reuse the same cake asset, right? The same cake Lego. Maybe that would be an interesting thing. It'll probably be different, but we'll need to kind of see. But yeah, war. So what a game. We end up having one person that needs to sit out for the bracket that ends up getting rewritten onto a piece of paper. Remember the whiteboard for episode 1? Not sure where it went. We must have sold it due to budget cuts. Now we're doing pieces of paper now. It's sometimes live stuff. But yeah, Slipper ends up being forced to sit this one out. Bad idea. I don't know. I feel like Slipper is one of those characters that really hasn't done much of anything. So then, like, forcing them to sit this challenge out continues to make them not really do much of anything, So, like, I'm not sure if I'm necessarily too big into that decision. But yeah, we end up having the bracket. The bracket is relatively well drawn. I like how we managed to make the icons recognizable but simplistic. However, the main problem with it is that after every round of war, we end up having ourselves drawing while holding the camera, where, like, you see, this is exactly what I mean with the problem, right? This is what I mean when I say that, like, that episode 1 shot with, like, the tripod was excellent, because that shot, you see, what happens there is that shot, you end up placing it down and you have the both arms to freehand move, right? Same thing goes for the drawings eventually that happens in that episode, right? You get the freehand move. However, here it doesn't work because you need to draw, because the icons are getting drawn slowly and kind of pacing, because they end up being drawn in this way, right? Where it's one hand and it's struggling. You can really tell when we're trying to draw I think Pan right there on the last sliver, it ends up being drawing Fridge there on the last sliver, it ends up being a massive complication, because now you don't have any arm to hold the paper, right? Because one arm, your left arm is holding the camera, and then your right arm is drawing. However, it can't hold onto the paper like it can in other places, because the paper is, like, we've reached the edge of the paper. So drawing that Fridge ends up being a massive disaster, because it just ends up that it doesn't even fucking fit, So, yeah, thankfully, YellowAngiru ends up being pretty solid. That's another thing about episode 3.5, by the way. It yet again mentions just straight up that YellowAngiru, the owner of Paper Puppets, changed the design. It's interesting to just mention your host that blatantly. Might be one of the shows which I've seen, even from back in the day, mention its real life creator as unashamedly unashamed as this show is doing, which is an interesting thing, because usually you want to hide it, and there are aspects of this show wanting to hide it, like in general. YellowAngiru, the physical body that is doing stuff for Paper Puppets is not YellowAngiru in the show, as far as I'm aware. It's the hand, quote unquote, right? So the hand is doing it, and that is there. So like it's interesting. We are hiding the fact that there's of course the real person there, but also not. It's like a weird 50-50. But yeah, we end up playing war. I've been always a fan of bracket style challenges, don't get me wrong. I do think that bracket style challenges are underrated actually. However, I mean, like this. With bracket style war, bro. Like, have you try brackets? Like bracket is like, this isn't the bracket's fault. It's just the bracket will amplify whatever emotion you're feeling, right? So that means that like if you are in round one and it's an intense game, right? Then by the time you reach the later parts of the bracket, that intensity is gonna get amplified even more. However, it just amplifies whatever feeling you're feeling a bracket, right? So if their first rounds are boring, right? If watching a round is boring, as you watch more and more and get further into the bracket, it's gonna just amplify that boredom, and it's just gonna get so much more boring as time passes, right? Where with like an interesting challenge, a bracket only becomes more interesting, right? Like if the content is interesting, a bracket style amplifies that interest. If it's not interesting, that the bracket style amplifies the disinterest. You can't get away with much with a bracket style because of how much you see it. It's basically what I'm saying. We get a lot of shots of the factoid that like nearly the rest of the card stack is just sitting below the table on like a computer, maybe. It's kind of hard to tell what it is because I thought that we had hold on, because what is that? Now that I think about it, do we need to do some analyzing of the room, right? Do we have anything better to do? That is like 100% a computer. There's no way that's not. Is that an Xbox? Wait, no, that's an X. Wait a minute, that an Xbox? Hold on. That might be like an Xbox. Yo, is it? Does an Xbox have a light on the side, or is that the? I'm a bit undecided if that's a Xbox laid down wrong, or if that's a computer on the top. That's intriguing. But yeah, the rest of the card stack is kind of moving. But something is so confusing because I thought that there was a laptop on the table. Right? Historically speaking, there was like a laptop on the table. So the existence of that laptop on the table would theoretically disprove, right, the existence of the freaking thing, right, of a computer, because like you have a laptop on the table with no monitor. But yeah, overall. But there's I forgot. There's a standalone mouse. Okay, no, so that's a computer. All right, we're discovering things from the 2013 YellowAngiru room, such as the mouse pad. That's the freaking, what were you called? Oh, were you called Soldier Pig? Man, I used to be really into Angry Bird, but I kind of forgot. Soldier Pig, is that your name? You're called Soldier Pig. Yes, right? Let me see if this is the correct. Yeah. No. Wait, it's not the one, I think. No, that's a corporal pig. That's what it's called. Ah, okay. It's called a corporal pig. All right, close enough. But yeah, Angry Bird. Shout out to that. Anyway, we are chatting too much. It's time to move on to episode 5, which is titled The Escape Plan. Go! You see, now this is entertainment. So look, alright, when you are making a IRL type show, right, an IRL type beat, you gotta take advantage of the unique scenario that you are in, right? The unique scenario of your place, at the end of the day, that is one of the interesting things about making a show IRL, is that, nobody, it is that you have a 100% unique scenario when making it, because nobody is going to have your specific setting All right, the rooms in your house are different than usual. So by having, observing, seeing the challenges get done in various ways by utilizing the things that are specifically present in this house, in this bathroom, right? Like the fact that this bathroom has the gap below the door that the fellas can fit through, or the ventilation at the top that you can read, proper vent style, right? Like all of these things, they're metrics of the locale, right, of the location that are getting used for the advantage of this show. And it is one of the things that is, to me at least, the most interesting about this type of series, because it's pretty directly distinct than it usually is. Because, like, for example, in BF4, which is the other show that we watched as IRL, the locations are, in a way, directly dependent, right? Like, they're, they make stuff like the chandelier is this sacred thing, right? Or, there's this little below the bed is, where the scammers live or whatever. All these details, and it's yes, taking advantage of a locale and doing stuff with it. And that, to me, is the most interesting thing. Even back in the day when I used to watch plush videos, I found it the most interesting when they utilized the location to their advantage, right? I remember plush videos while traveling, were kind of really interesting because they took the advantage to create the story constructed around the unique locations they were going to, right? And taking advantage of where they were, what their situation was in whatever hotel, and outside. Is it snowing? Fuck yes. All of this situation. And I think that is why there is an episode like this, to me at least, an episode like this, or like that episode with the grabbing the rubber balls, right? It's inherently more interesting to me than an episode directly just set on a table. Not because an episode set on a table can be okay, but we saw the last one, it was pretty poor, but an episode that utilizes the house to its advantage, or even just items to its advantage, right? Even just items that we have around the house, is directly interesting because it saw something that we know. So when I'm looking at the bathroom and I go oh my god, guys, there's a vent. That's the first time I get to know about that vent as well. I didn't know there was a vent up there, but now we know. Now this is knowledge. The knowledge is being acquired. Right, so it's pretty crazy. It is pretty crazy. Overall, we begin with the fellas just being generally bored because the show needs an intro. We're not getting an intro yet. Why? Yeah, I mean, getting an intro would require effort. I'm joking. It would require a bit of an editing, and since the episodes, I think the fear is that it wouldn't line up, right? I think that's the fear that we're having. To why Paper Puppets isn't having an intro, because I think the fear is that if we place ourselves, if we record an intro and place a song in the background, we can put it on every episode, right? However, it wouldn't line up because the lighting of the day would possibly change, right? So I think that's the danger, that's sort of putting ourselves away from actually covering it. Maybe, I mean, something like that, right? But either way, they end up rejecting, and we end up hosting elimination time. You get rubber band if you're safe, and Slipper ends up getting eliminated. The contestants are debating, was Slipper mean in the last challenge? Yes, but no. Well, the host keeps, for some reason, taking digs at characters, being like, well, you didn't do anything. It's like, well, hold on. You literally said, you were select. There was nothing that Slipper could have done in that chat. There's zero things that Slipper could have done in that chat. Yes. However, just because of that, does not mean that Slipper had the right to randomly be mean. Especially because, again, the challenge was RNG. So their team losing is not a skill problem on their part. It is luck. The game of war is luck. So yes, Slipper is being mean. So yeah, Slipper is being a jerk. But like, especially for example in the last episode, we're like, oh, Bada, you're a leader who's not doing much. Yeah, I mean, all your challenges are one person gotta do it. But yeah, we end up having Slipper get eliminated. Bye-bye. And then we end up having ourselves for a team split chosen randomly to split in. It's way better. I feel like it'd be more entertaining if the characters could, pick their own teams, but okay. We're having the armor that's to be with glass shards, so he's got no armless people. Then it's bottle, post-it, and the flashlight. Fridge, toothbrush, and mirror. These are the relevant trio. And then melon, melon, cup, and saw, chainsaw. So we end up having the challenge being set in the bathroom. It's a pretty small and tidy bathroom. We end up having the only team that notices how that you can get out below the door is the team of Fridge, Mirror, and the other fella. They managed to notice. No, sorry, wait, no, that's the wrong way. Is that it's the melon, cup, and chainsaw team that they realize that you can go below the door and fling yourself over. So they managed to do that. That's it. A good job. Then what ends up happening is that the trio of toothbrush and finding the vent, they end up going over, getting into the vent. We of course of course, later we end up actually for 100% for real taking the team, alright, of armored people, and we do actually flush them down the toilet. We were not quite bold enough to place them into the ventilation unit of the house. Yes. Alright, you see, there's a bit of logic here. We're not just dumb. But yeah, and they're being safe and they escaped, and then finally we end up having them go after. The idea is to jump into the toilet and escape from there. That would be a way to do it. It's a bit goofy. It's insane that they did it. I was not believing that. I really was not believing that, Like, it's one of those things where it's like, yeah, I mean, you can do that. Of course, it's annoying because that you'll lose the papers, right? So you'll need to make a spare, right? As far as I've seen from the scene after the spares look pretty good. I did not notice a difference, to be honest, from the newly printed variants compared to the toilet variants, right? And the interesting thing is that like they were sitting there, right? And their plan was to just shout at the other team and have them flush because they were not gonna flush. Like, what would have happened if the other team was actually trying to do anything? If the other team was, trying to escape instead of sitting there? Like, what was the plan? Were they gonna, like, swim? Were they gonna, like, woo, I'm gonna swim to the sewer system? Like, what were they gonna do? I feel like that team, there was a lack of planning going on in the tactics here, but thankfully that other team has just been so dumb that they actively flush the toilet and therefore allow flashlight, bottle, and post-it note to end up being up for elimination. For some reason, despite the fact that we laid the teams in correct standing order, we read it in the first, fourth, third, and second, whatever order that is. We end up having Flashlight doing that. For some reason, even in the last episode, we end up having this idea of putting a nickname on the character. So it's like Post-it the Smarty Pants, right? And you can really tell when a character does not have a personality. Because, like, it's just so obvious when we just don't have a clearly defined archetype of a character. It's that, oh, yeah, oh, wait, what were you called? Flashlight, the kind of useless one, like, bro. Or, like, if I'm not mistaken, toothbrush. I remember laughing, like, out loud when it was like, toothbrush the tall. Bro is so irrelevant. Their most defining characteristic is the fact that they're tall. Like, what? Shout out to that, I guess. And then we end up having the voting take place as we end up doing that. We also end up having the recommended character. Because, yeah, it was episode 5, by the way, and the debut did not happen. That's true. However, it seems as if we're racking up characters for the debut. It seems like we're doing recommended characters. I think the idea probably went that the early debut was not going to have, at least majority, not going to have a few recommended characters. However, by this point, we decided to have the debut be comprised of your recommended characters. However, there are only about like 12 characters. And I think, well, I don't know. Wait, how many characters? We want like 20, 24, I think, characters that would make up the debut. Now, the way that it's, well, the way that the sentence is actually said is very direct, you know. We had 8 and 12 more. Yeah, so that makes a 20 person character. Well, look, the way that it was said was very direct. I'm just saying that it said like, we'll join the game. Now, 20 people are not joining the show, I believe. So I think, you know, I don't think we're having 20 debutants. You know, 20 people join the show. So I'm guessing that, you know, they're going to be put up for a debut. And it's going to be 20 people. And then we just said it mildly wrong. Because, you know, the English skills, they were not quite as refined. You know, in 2013, we do hear a couple of, you know, saying a word wrong here and there. Kind of like, ooh, and a wah. And I got, ooh, ah. And in general, you know, they're still, you know, a little bit lacking, but yeah, teams in teams. But overall, yeah, I enjoyed that episode. I think there's a little bit of a magic to, you know, taking advantage of your own completely unique house setting and constructing a challenge around one of its locations, such as the bathroom. So I personally think that it's one of the most charming challenges that we have seen, and I am an enjoyer of that. Yes, I am an enjoyer of that. Episode 6 of Paper Puppets is titled "We're in Ottawa." Oh, really? All right, let's see Ottawa then. Let's go. Okay, but it's episode 6 of Paper Puppets. So remember in the last segment when I said that I find it cool and I was like, when, you know, taking advantage of locations to do a scene, and then I was like, hey, you know, I've seen a lot of the time when traveling that it's a good opportunity to give some different locale and cool settings for an episode. Yeah, I had no idea that's what was about to happen. But yes, we end up recording right as the parade is happening, I believe, for Canada's, you know, like, day. Ends up happening there, which is cool. I gotta admit, it's cool. And then we end up post the elimination. So we're in Ottawa, all right, which is not where the main Paper Puppets take place. We don't know where the main Paper Puppet takes place because we have correctly gauged that it is not a good idea to say where you live on the internet. Now, I'm telling you, we kind of smart though. I'm telling you, there is a lot of brain power going on. You know, like, there's some smartness here. Like, we are properly thinking it through, you know. But, like, to be fair, you can see the brain cogs, you know, spinning when we're like, oh no, it's not in Ottawa. We're all the way. It's not in Canada. It's far away. You know, to why Pan isn't here. We forgot to bring over the Pan paper to Ottawa. Like, oh, oops. Yeah, Pan ends up getting excused from the challenge. then we end up having the elimination where the eliminated contestant ends up being Bottle. Yeah, I mean, I think it's fair. I think one of the things which both of the leaders have struggled at doing is imposing themselves. Like they've had a lot of power. They've had way more power than an average team leader does in an object show, by being able to constantly pick and stuff. But they very rarely, impose themselves. They never really set out a plan. They've never really gone like, I'll pick you because of this. They've just picked based on what they've heard, right? And they've never picked themselves. Which means that both Bottle on this team and Watermelon on the other team, I think they both got to go in due time, right? Because there's the Bottle's just not really too much of a contender. They did well at War, but like that's wow, you beat our random number generator. Ooh, it's not really that. It's it's not that deep, right? So Bottle has dipped and went over to the box of the white box of doom, which is probably it's the biggest prop that you gotta bring over from location to location. It's a pretty big prop, to be fair. It's like a basket. At least every prop like it's a piece of paper, right? You gotta bring over a whole ass box and that's kind of a thing. We're having the challenge being a cooking challenge of 1 hour to cook food for our fella Gold Ingot. Now, again, the cover center is in Canada, but not here, different Canada. And we ended up having the challenge. Now, one team ended up deciding to make a pizza. Do they proceed to make a pizza? No. You think they know how to cook? They don't know how to cook. Which means that they just like imagine a pizza. It's an imaginary pizza that they end up making. Now the presumption is that we were just kind of distracted filming the other segment. The other team segment was a little bit of a logistical nightmare, so you end up having that this team kind of has forgotten about in terms of scenes, because they only get one scene saying that, well, we're gonna make a pizza, and they proceed to not make a pizza. But yeah, the other time we end up having $1.50, and the chainsaw ends up going over a glass shard, which might be a contender for the dumbest character in history. we go over to a vending machine to buy food, and glass shard is still being like, yo, we should do the challenge, we're wasting time. It's like, bro, what do you think we're doing? Come on. But anyways, of course, the impressive thing about this is the existence of the fact that we go to the vending machine in the hotel lobby, right? We go to the machine in the hotel lobby. First of all, this is the first, I think, documented instance of the fact of a second person. At least, this is not like you can tell. Both arms are free for the sake of behind the vending machine. However, the camera is still moving, which implies that there is a second person there that went down with them and recorded. I don't know who it is, right? But we will never know. However, this is the first recorded instance of there being help with paper puppets, right? There being external assistance, which is pretty cool. Now, of course, it is rather, you gotta be sort of, convinced a bit to go out here in the public and proper do it. However, I will admit that it's not that it's not like all that, because if you think about it, yes, they went into the public, like a person could have been looking. However, we're heading into a hotel lobby that's literally 3 steps from the elevator that brings you up to where your room is, right? We're taking about the minimum approach possible. We recorded this at a store, a little store. Then I would have gone oh wow, that's very impressive. But we're recording this at a vending machine 3 steps away from the door, right? There's not it's the minimum distance possible, right? So it's fair. It is a cool setting though. I don't diss it at all. I just think it's kind of okay, we're yeah. And then buying Lay's chips instead, which is apparently cheating because you can't buy food. Apparently, you need to cook food. I don't know, then put the chips in the oven for 1 minute. Alright, that's cooked potato chip. New food that just dropped. I saw a 30-second shot of the fellas riding in the elevator, which, by the way, music ends up being, for the first time, a present part, which I nearly forgot to talk about. Because I don't know. I've been kind of forgetful today. That's my bad. I'll probably not cover all that I wanted to cover today because I don't know. I've been kind of forgetful. I'm not really getting around to it. I feel like my coverage hasn't been that good. But yeah, we end up having the music there for the first time. It feels very like speaker. Feels very much like played on speaker, and it does in a little hurt what is honestly the very good audio quality that's been going on there, because it's a bit loud, right? Thankfully, that very good audio quality of the microphone does still shine through, so I can still understand everything that's said. Of course, I wish the music was quieter, but with this level of setup, I don't know if it really can be. It's just kind of, yeah, it's fine. Especially when the parade is going on outside. I mean, that's kind of cool, right? But yeah, we proceed to eat the food. The chips are apparently super good, but cheating means that they're disqualified and they lose. So we've all those chips in the oven. And in the meantime, the other team wins with an imaginary pizza. Okay, look. The imaginary pizza wins because the other team cheated. Yes. But this bro, Gold Inga, this bro, tasted an imaginary pizza that tasted like air. They ate air and gave it an 8 out of 10. Bro gave air an 8 out of 10. Are you good? You bro gave air a 10 out of 10. Like what? But anyway, the other team is up for elimination. Presumably, I would say that Glass Shard shouldn't go, right? But I don't. It's a bit. The Glass Shard shouldn't go. They did fine, I would say. Then Chainsaw did fine. Maybe Flashlight, Mirror. I don't know. It's another one of those kind of a lot of the team doesn't contribute. That's kind of been the gigantic fault, I would say, of Paper Puppets, is that every time, either by virtue of the challenges, the virtue of how it's how it plays out, it's always in the team one person does a thing. The only challenge where it was different was the bathroom one, right? That's the only challenge that was different because we've split up the teams more ways, right? We made the team smaller, but in this case, it's always two people will do the challenge and everybody else doesn't do anything, and then the team, if the two people lose, then too bad for the other people. They vote out for not doing anything, and they couldn't really do anything because they did something. Then that means that the other people wouldn't have been able to go, and then it was all that situation, all that mess still on the board. It's it's a bit complicated. All right. Episode 7 is titled Code Cracker. Go. Okay, what the hell is this? I have never been more confused in my life, bro. What is this episode? Okay, so what? Alright, so that challenge, that is interesting. Anyways, we end up having ourselves the elimination. Alright, so let's talk about the elimination for a bit. So we end up having an interesting event. We end up utilizing a win token, and it actually saves them. Yes, Chainsaw decides to use the win token after losing because of having cheated, quote unquote, the cooking challenge, as if the other team didn't make an imaginary pizza, but they cheated, and therefore they used the win token, and actually survives because they had 10 votes. With the win token, they get split down to 5, and that means that Fridge with 6 votes in second place ends up getting eliminated instead, which is truly remarkable because it doesn't happen too often, because tokens in general are just a bad idea. They're a thing that BFDI tried out, but in BFDI, it was nearly never useful, right? Because the thing that ends up happening, right, is that alright, so tokens are a little bit of a counterintuitive thing, because a token is a good thing. It is a good gameplay system, right? It's a good gameplay system. If you are playing a camp, have tokens, right? Because you can keep track of them in your downtime with other people, and you can think about it, right? If you are playing a game and there's tokens that you have to consider, it's good. right? Because you are playing the game. You're thinking it out. You're being strategic to play around it and having the tokens yourself. However, to watch a show with tokens in it, it's just rough, because since you're not playing as the character, you are not directly affected by the utilization of any character's win token, right? Or any token for that matter. Which means that, like, you just do not consider tokens as much as a person playing game would, which means that you end up sort of losing track of the win tokens because you don't do that, right? Especially as a lot of the time win tokens we have this thing, especially in older shows, but I've seen some shows make this mistake as well, that like you end up having win tokens being forcibly fair, right? So like, okay, if you win the challenge, you'll get a win token, right? Fair. However, that stacks up quickly. I mean, we have the final 10, and out of this final 10, like 5 people, I think, possess win or immunity tokens, which is at like half of the cast. It's a shit ton of people, you know, to do that. And while it's like, it's kind of, you know, it's kind of like, I don't really know. It's a bit of an overdo, because it's not like, it stopped being that much of an advantage if everybody has it, right? And beyond that, it's also one of those situations where it will always feel mildly awkward in the sense of writing, right? Because it's like, all right, hear me out. If Chainsaw got 2 more votes. If Chainsaw got eliminated with 12 votes, right? And then it got hold on, sorry. If Chainsaw would have been eliminated with the win token, do you really think that win token would have been used? Right? It's just difficult to imagine. It feels so much like it's convenient, right? It's just an act of convenient writing. It feels like the plot convenience is so easily placed onto win tokens, right? To where I think tokens are just not a great idea. I think it's a solid example of it, because overall it's just a bit alright. Anyways, yes, Fridge ends up getting eliminated. Chainsaw lives another day, and we end up having ourselves the challenge. First of all, by the way, I just like to point out, how the fuck did the video quality get lower? Alright, no, that is scandal. What do you mean? How did it get lower, mate? What? It went from 480p to 360. How did you do that? How did you pull that off? You can tell, like, this camera is absolutely just like, you gotta kinda, especially with the lower res, you cannot do dark, you know. Even in the past few episodes, a dim shot has looked pixelated. It works when we're in the bright daytime, but like when it's like a dimmer shot, you know, recorded on like the other side, like away from a window and stuff, it ends up being kind of ends up being a bit iffy, you know, in the way that it works. But we are now having the challenge, so the 360p really does not help here. Actually, first of all, Pan comes back. Okay, so YellowAngiru's printer stopped working. Yep, that's a danger. You know, when you flush down your characters in the toilet, you do need to do that. Although, I swear Pan came back. Or was that recorded at... Yo, I wonder if we did some non-chronological editing then in the other episode. Because, like, we ended up having... if you remember, we ended up having them flush down the toilet, and then the after scene, we ended up having them talk to the characters, including Pan, right? However, maybe that means that scene was actually recorded before the bathroom scene, right? And it was recording preparation for the character getting flushed down the toilet. So maybe that's the idea? But that's kind of weird. And then also, and I quote, okay, forgot scissors. Huh? you forgot sis. What does that mean? Where are you? You're not in Ottawa anymore, I think. You're at home. What do you mean you forgot scissors? You just where did they go? What I did? Huh? I am confused. Me when I forget that face when I forget scissors. I don't know, but it's interesting. Wait, anyways, Pan looks like they're beat up now, basically. That's the TLDR, right? Pan got beat up. And we end up having ourselves the challenge. So, our challenge ends up being, last thing, shard glass ends up making themselves the team leader because of bottle's elimination. Because they're made of glass, so they're roughly related to it. We're taught as if mirror isn't made of glass and flashlight doesn't also have glass. But anyways, we end up having the challenge, which is to decrypt code. Yes, the challenge is to decrypt code. Now, is to do code breaking. So, how do we do this? I don't know. You think it did not get explained, to be honest. The characters just know how to do it. Doing that. The 360p makes it very hard to read, and it all is, that's a nightmare, mate. That is rough. What am I looking at? What? Hold on. What is this cheat sheet? A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J. Yeah, everything. Yeah. Hold on. Elementary. Wait. Yeah, Q, R, S, T, U, V, W, X, Y, Z. It's just the alphabet. Wait a minute. Wait, what? What is this? YellowAngiru in 2013 was smarter than me. How does this translate in any shape or form to that? What? Huh? Hold on. No, bro. Wait a minute. Just the alphabet? What the fuck? Or is it just that the letters are like in the grid? No. Because they're in different grids, for some reason. Like dots on the side of the letter, but not the X, Y, or the R. There's not a dot on the side of the final row as well. So then, what? That is interesting. Hold on. So, yeah, because I don't know what they're looking at. They're looking at the lines, then symbols down at the bottom. Is it flipped? I mean, they look like letters, but they're all different letters than the ones that they possess. I mean, what? Does this actually... No, does anybody know? No, serious question. I have no idea what this is. What? How does this code system work? I mean, by the way, the part I find funniest is that sometimes they'll be like, oh yeah, it says team because I saw the other team do it, which implies that the teams are looking at each other's board, so they're just so they can just steal from each other. One team solves that. Oh, write that down, bro. But what does anybody in the comments? Do you know? They do not know. These comments do not give a shit. Okay, I don't think the comments know anything. Hold on. Do I? Or maybe. Hold on. Is there like a wiki page? Paper Puppets 7. Tell me. List of Paper Puppets episodes. Come on, wiki. You gotta. You gotta save me. You know. you gotta save me out here. Code Cracker. Plot to be added. Damn it. The cipher used in this episode is a Pigpen cipher. Okay, what is this? Alright, what is it? Hold on, how does this work? I don't know what a Pigpen cipher is, alright? Like we're gonna discover today. There's not much else to talk about. Which exchanges letters for symbols, which are fragments of a grid. Wait. Yeah, wait, do I get it? Hold on. So the line is the... Hold on, wait. So let's see if I'm doing this correctly. So, wait. Why? So that's without a dot. So that would be... No, wait. Now, yeah, so one of them is all with dots, and the other one's all without dots. So then that would make it under the system above. Hold on, I'm gonna try to see if I can like solve this. Like I know that I know, but like with the logic, right? So like yeah, so the synonym is be y. So then let's see. Then it's a closed circle with a wait, like the open bracket, yeah, all around, except for one side. So there's one at the end, right? Yeah. So without a dot, wait, wait, with a dot or without a dot? No, with a dot. So then, since the dotted one, it last, so that would be an O. Okay. Then it's the queer one with a dot. So U. So YOU. And then it's the one with the R with the dot. So that's your. Then let me just confirm. Yeah, open bracket. Yeah, like less than with a dot is a T. Fully open square without anything is E. So T. Okay, alright. I have officially learned what a pigpen cipher is in real time. I'm sorry. Alright. Look. They how do these characters know? In the nicest way possible. How do they know? How do they know this? How did they gain this knowledge? What class did they take? Well, I'm telling you, bro, YellowAngiru in 2013 was smart. I'm telling you, YellowAngiru had way too many brain cells. Way too smart. Way too smart. This kid knows more than what is let on. But yeah, eventually translates to your team's getting a new member as the Melons end up winning, and the other team ends up being your team loses again. They will be voted based on everybody in the next episode. Yeah, everybody will have the power of making them be up for elimination, but yeah, like everybody, like even the eliminated contestants, they get to vote for who will get out. So I think it's probably Glass Shard's time to go. I don't know. And in the meantime, us viewers get to vote on a debut. You can't vote for your own character, which is interesting. You can have your friends vote on your own character, because of course we wouldn't know, but we can't vote on our own characters ourselves. We end up having every character be say their speech. They're like all the same speech. Gonna be Omega for real with you. All of the speeches pretty much boil down to, guys, I should be there should be more of me in this cast. You know, like character, like, you know, the laptop, like, there should be more electronics in here. And it's like, oh, yo, there should be more fruits and vegetables in here. It's like, okay, bro, look, good read. There should be more Christmas spirit in here. And it's like, all right. But overall, yeah, that is an interesting episode. So Pigpen Cipher, it's a real Pigpen Cipher. It functions. It could have, maybe explained what a Pigpen Cipher is, or have the character not know it, have the character try to figure out, just the character do anything. But like, they just know, alright, they have they have blessed knowledge of how Pigpen Ciphers works, alright. They're like, alright then, alright. We're fine then. And we can jump ourselves into the next episode, episode 8, which is titled The Debut. Go. Okay. That is episode 8 of Paper Puppets. Now, that is funny, bro. That episode is funny, okay? Look. I've never said, and in fact, I've actively said that this is like, definitely, my humor is definitely easy. I think my humor is pretty easy, alright? To please, alright? But like, this video was hilarious. Like I will say, I do have a soft spot for this for this type of content. I do like it. I do find it fun. I find that there's like a charming to it of like there's such random decisions that get made. Like this episode is unhinged, It's unhinged. Who is the other person? There's a proper active other person in the production of this episode, who is this? I'm low-key curious now. Because, like, in the other episode, I was like, okay, we'll never know, right? But it's like, who is it? Who's helping? Who's out here running around Southampton, too? Bro. First of all, immediately, shout out to that towel, by the way. That towel that gets put on the car to hide the registration plate. Again, we're smart, bruv. We're intelligent. I don't know, bro. Like, I'm telling you, there's like, because it's these little details, that are easy to screw up. Like, they're easy to screw up, but it's just that, like, you end up, it's smart though, because like I don't know, genuinely. Like, back then, I would not have thought of something like that. I would not have thought of that. I would have been like, I would maybe refilm the shot with the other angle or anything. But, like, just putting the towel, it's easy. But you just don't think of those little details, the background details, right? But, like, we do here, and it's rather important, And that way, we end up having the elimination first, where the other contestant doing it. This is hosted entirely outside. First of all, in Southampton, isn't that in England? That is a long time away. The only thing that I'm thinking of is because, like, I'm sorry, it's just really funny. Okay, it's really funny to imagine the concept of having to bring the white box of doom overseas. I just find that concept to be funny. Alright, I'm not gonna lie. I'm looking at it, I was like, what, did you really do that? And it seems like the answer is probably yes. It seems like we did do that, which it's hilarious. Like 50% of your luggage is the box of doom. But anyways, the contestants end up voting on Chainsaw. Now you see, alright, look, people that invented the stereotype of voters will vote to demean the character out, right? You gotta look at your own contestants. You gotta look at the contestants from your time, right? Because it's like, I'm sorry, these contestants have genuinely put in less thought into their votes than an average viewer would. Like, oh no, the viewers voted out your mean character. Well, look at what the hell contestants are voting. They're just like, oh, you are mean because you got fridge out. I'm sorry, bro. It wasn't an attack. It wasn't Chainsaw going like, I use my token that gets fridge eliminated. No, you use a game design component that half your votes, and it just so happens that fridge had half the votes. If it was somebody else, that's not like the fact that it was fridge was entirely a optional lucky thing. Come on now, contestants from Paper Puppet Season 1 in 2013 in Southampton in July. What are we doing? But either way, we end up having Chainsaw get eliminated based on their peers with like just a significant advantage, but based on everybody else. So bye. And then we end up having the debut. Now we end up, dude, it is these debutantes get harsh. So if you are if you don't debut, you get ripped apart. Yes, ripped apart. And then, you get ripped apart. And then eventually burned. Imagine that animated. Has somebody made a Paper Puppets animated? Has somebody made a Paper Puppets Season 1 animated? Somebody do that. I need to see this episode if animated. Come on. Dude, it would be so funny. That would be the craziest death, bro. Just shouting at the end as the character, the sounds, bro. It is interesting. But either way, Gong ends up getting in with 12 votes. I actually do kind of like that decision, considering a lot of these characters would be pretty similar to characters already in the cast. I do think that having a character just large, proper large character ends up being like, yeah, that's cool. Them just literally being bigger than the cast immediately gives them a little bit of a distinction when, I wouldn't be too confident that we'd be capable of making a distinction right here. And then it seems like the other 5 contestants, will have a second join. There will be a second debutant because we got more than 50 votes. So apparently that was like a prize, that 2 people debuted if enough people voted for them. However, there's a 5-way tie, which means that you end up having the challenge, which is to start a campfire. Shuriken happens to have a match, so they end up lighting up the campfire. And then officially doing that, everybody else gets burned with a lot of, with some screaming and a half. Okay. I'm gonna be honest with you, right? Gonna be 100% honest. Is this audio recorded live? It is, right? Because I'm just saying, because there's like one thing about it that's kind of surprising me. And it's that you can basically never feel distance, right? And like, distance is something that you inevitably feel if there's a cameraman recording, right? And then you, for example, especially in the running, because we start talking during the running, but you don't feel more distant from the microphone, which implies that you're either the cameraman or you're recorded in post, right? Which is kind of what I'm thinking. Like, is it recorded in post? Well, it can be recorded in post because there's too much variation. There's too much ums and ahs and so's, right? To like, as I said, there's not that many, but we're still, stall ourselves out. So there's no way that it's VO'd. But at the same time, it's like, it's really weird how the microphone of the serial, there's something up with it. I'm telling you, like, it's too crisp for a phone, like phone microphone, even nowadays. You find that a phone microphone video recording is not that clear. Like something, I don't know. I think there's a suspiciousness to this microphone. I don't trust it. All right. I think that there's something up with the microphone, man. It's kind of, I don't know, man. I don't know. It's high level, and we're in Southampton as well. So you kind of brought over a setup. I don't know. It's so weird. I don't know. I don't know. There's like, hold on. What? There's like a piece of paper that gets leaked. What is this piece of paper? This is the piece of paper with the votes. Oh, yo, we don't get to see this. This is like leaked shit. I mean, it's not really, because of course we say the results out loud. But I think it's interesting to see this paper in full swing. All right. That's cool. Like that. They end up going over to the fire. We end up blinding the match. Everybody burns and dies. Fair enough. And then we end up hosting a speedrun challenge. Challenge is to fetch Shuriken. After, first of all, Gong joins the team that will earn the prize, and then eventually Shuriken, the challenge is to catch Shuriken. Shuriken runs away. Whoever catches will get Shuriken on their team. Of course, there's a lot of chat about like, oh, hey, Shuriken could, of course, intentionally want to join one team, so that sort of, try to bias themselves towards that direction, but they don't seem to be doing that. They don't seem to be doing that at all. To be honest, I didn't check what the quality of this video at, because remember, the last episode was 360. This episode 720. Okay, we're getting to the quality leagues. We're getting to the quality leagues, boys. But yeah, I mean, of course, it's not really that much high quality because the camera itself is just not a very high, not a very high end one. But I will say that it is definitely held up by the daytime. Like, this camera survives in the daytime for sure. But it's just like, when it's a dim shot, yeah, it struggles. But like in the daytime, this camera is fine. This camera, it does its job. And that is nice. That's nice for me to say. The camera, it is doing its job, is doing its thing, and it does it. right? Which is nice to see. Anyways, we end up having the first team end up trying to split up. However, while they end up trying to make a plan, the other team ends up just fucking blitzing it. And thankfully, they end up finding, by just running super fast, they end up finding Shuriken. I will admit, I do believe that it is a mildly suspicious move, to have the keys with a phone number on it. I'm sure, like, yes, the phone number like a company, but I mean, like, yeah, I don't. You could you take off the, the key ring, like, just take it, for a moment, like, just so there's not a phone number there, like, look, we're being very smart, but that is one moment I would say of just weirdness, just keep that phone number there. I'm not sure if I'm exactly too into that idea, but you can't, some stuff's gonna slip through the cracks. All right. Then the cast when we get the keys, we'll say I am a big fan of the shot of opening the door, and having them already be in the house to claim that they won. It's really nice. It's a very smooth shot. Right? It's a very smooth shot, and I know that's like, what are you doing? You are complimenting cinematography in a 2013 paper puppet show. But again, I do think that we got a lot of smartness here, and I think that there's some level ups going on as well, in the sense of, like, you see that cut into that moment, though, it was a pretty good cut. I didn't actually notice it. I didn't actually notice that cut immediately. It's only where we looked at it that, yeah, it's there. It's because originally they were getting running in with the carry, and then eventually we get to the door, right? Like, it's an interesting thing, and it implies that, it implies an evolution, because content in the show used to be only with a crazy fade out, which means that, it cut off text, like it cut off text, it cut off speaking, right? And then that made a problem, right? And all that stuff of it. But yeah, oh wait, they win, which means they get Shuriken on their team, and the other team is also up for elimination. They didn't do anything. They were still planning. However, they're safe, because we end up having a rejoin vote. Yes, a lot of stuff's happening. Who's going to rejoin? We'll need to see. My presumption is that none of these people really were liked by the fans, except maybe Fridge. Okay, well, look, no, the joke with Fridge is that Fridge is the fan favorite despite not being the fan favorite, right? If everybody calls Fridge the fan favorite despite never having emitted a sign of being a fan favorite, right? Like, that is the gag. However, I do believe that Fridge is going to rejoin because of that gag, and also, the detail that, of course, Fridge got robbed, quote unquote. Fridge was the only one of those to have been eliminated unfairly, right? To have not gotten the most votes until gotten eliminated. So I do think that the viewers will connect with, kind of having to be there and, like, properly, protect, and do that thing. So I would expect for Fridge to rejoin, and then we end up having the episode end. But overall, I will say, out of the Paper Puppet season 1 episodes so far, out of these first 8, this is my favorite. I enjoy it. I think it's a solid episode. I think that it does good things. It does fun things. Again, like, when you have this type of viral show, you gotta be fun with it. You gotta be fun with it, especially if you're doing it in this kind of single take environment where you're just kind of going over, you're doing it, right? And all of this shenanigan, right? Like, you gotta have fun with it, showcase some scenes and stuff, right? Take advantage of the environment, which we're doing out here in Southampton, where we're Airbnb. I don't think did Airbnb even exist? When did they invent Airbnb? When did they do that? That's like a new thing, right? They in the air place, and either way, we take good advantage of it. We have fun. It's very extreme, but again, you can tell that there was a lot of fun had in my kind of being wacky with it. I think it kind of radiates. So yeah, as somebody who enjoys seeing the fun that the kids had making this, I do personally like it all. Episode 9 is titled "Rejoin is Here." Go. Okay, that is episode 9. Theoretically, the last episode of this like sector of the show, right? This kind of like a debut rejoin type sector that has been going on here on this show. Yeah, I mean, like, that is certainly something. So we end up having ourselves the team being like, hello, the other team being like, yo, we're outnumbered by like a lot. So we need to hope that we need to try to fight for this rejoin that will be all for us, alright? So that seems like a great idea. I don't know, Shuriken is like, yo, Glass Shard, you'll get it nice. How the fuck do you know? How do you know, bro? You have been here for 2 days. Yeah, well, you've been here, 1 week apparently, because of course the show works in real time, but like, you've been here for like 3 seconds. How is bro getting nicer already? This is too fast. But like, alright, we end up having the rejoiner. We even point ourselves out in this episode. There's a lot of shut up. I don't know what it is about this show, but this show is a big fan. It kind of stopped doing that a little bit in like that middle segment. However, this show is a ginormous fan of having a character talk, another one talks, and then the response is just shut up. I'm gonna be 100% honest. I hope this does not reflect on 2013 YellowAngiru's actual behavior around people. Because I will admit that a lot of the time, when kids make the show, they kind of add their own personality into it. So let's hope that wasn't that this was not a case of that, because that would make 2013 Yellow pretty unsufferable. So let's hope that's not the case. We end up having the debutante. Now, the debutante ends up being Chip. I will be honest, I forgot one extremely important detail, which is the fact that this show is old. Yes, now this is definitely a stereotype. That's correct. It's that people back in the day absolutely voted for the first character out to rejoin every time. All of the time. This is just a thing. Yes, that's true. Everybody was just like, the first attack must rejoin. It doesn't matter. You can be the meanest in the world. You will rejoin if you were the first one out. That's just how it goes. Nowadays, that's not really a thing. Nowadays, I would say, of course, the first character out does have a boost. However, I don't believe so. I don't believe, like, if a chess show, the last time, I've seen a bunch of shows, and a lot of the time, recent shows have not had the rejoin be the first character out. It has not been that, which means that we have had ourselves quite a bit of a, situation here from them, a bit of a cultural shift in general. But like, I still think that at the highest level, usually the first character out does tend to rejoin, though. It depends a bit on the scale as well. But yeah, Chip ends up rejoining because of that, and therefore we end up heading ourselves onto the challenge. Chip ends up rejoining the original team, which means that now I don't even know. The gap between the teams is like 4 to 8 or something. Somehow this team has managed to remain around the same level as it were. The next challenge is a trivia quiz. You will be nominating 3 people from each team. Each team will nominate 3 people to go and do the quiz. You see, look, dude, this team, they got nothing to worry about. Like 60 to 70% of the challenges in this show have been some type of variation of looking at like choose somebody to do a thing, because we need the numbers to be even. So we set up every chance to be even. So it's like the fact that the team has a number advantage, like, it gives them more choice, I guess. But if you trust in yourself to be stronger, then like you're gonna win. Like it's just a bit different. And it's a bit of like evening the playing field, and like it is a debate whether this is a good idea, right? To try to even out the playing field, how someone sit out or not. I think that on average, I think a challenge or two is fair, especially challenges where there's only one person that has to sit out. But I think, like, if a team does have a significant advantage, I would say that I think it's better for that team to be able to show it off, right? Because, even though it makes it less fair, that's their reward. Their reward is that they'll have an easier time winning because they've won when it mattered, right? Like it's supposed to get easy, it's not supposed to get harder to win. So I do personally believe that it is probably a better idea to do that. But now, it's kind of one of the things like, all right, we'll see. We'll see with the due time. What we're gonna be doing here. But anyways, we end up having some nominations on the team. Of course, we end up having Mirror sit out on the Bottles team, while in the other team we end up having Melon nominate Pan, Post-it note, and then also who the hell else did they nominate? Purse, because Purse asked for it, Pan wanted to, and do that. I low-key think that Pan was a good idea. Of course, Pan ends up throwing the challenge in this episode, but like, if you looked at the past few episodes, Pan has been consistently an MVP for of his team, like 2 times or maybe even 3 if I remember correctly. Pan made the team win, or at least made great strides. Like I really think that Pan has been strong. Has been a proper strong, from like the jumps to that to the freaking war challenge, to that other challenge. I forgot. No, not the bathroom challenge. I don't think that was that Pan's idea? I think that was Pan's idea. Right? Like from that as well. Like in general, Pan was MVP, so I do think that putting them up here, it makes sense. Now, of course, Pan screws up a relatively easy thing by pulling out whatever fucking machinery that was. What type of what machinery got pulled out? I don't know, mate. But we end up having it. Well, Flashlight versus Purse. What's 7 times 8? 56. It ends up being Flashlight to say that first. Purse probably goes down in history as one of the least relevant characters. Had a chance, but loses out. Shuriken versus Post-it note, as they end up subbing out. Ends up having the quiz not even happen. We end up being like, Shuriken versus Post-it note. Oh yeah, Post-it note wins. I love the fact that it just doesn't happen. We'll be honest, that's a fun gag. I'm telling you, man, we have a Paper Puppets remake. Can we do that? I feel like there's some, because again, there's some purpose to it. There's some things have been thought out. Again, to a certain degree, I feel like there is material here to make for a funny sort of remaster. Like, I don't think it's a plan. Because, Paper Puppets Take 2 has been going on for so long that, like, I don't think it's a plan. I think the plan is probably to, do the show and then dip. I think that's been currently the plan. Like, it's very rare that any creator has really, even for the ones from back in the day, like, pretty much nobody has really taken in a project and then continued it. Like, they've never really wrapped up a project and then, like, try to to continue it. A lot of the time, they've made their project, they made their grandiose project, it's a multi-year project, and then they just dipped. That's just a thing that's happened, maybe not dip from the scene, but, like, dip from making. They've never really wanted to do that. I think that's perfectly fair behavior, because, like, it's such a massive project. Like, it's one of those things where it's like it ends up being just a constant presence in your, like, life, to properly do that. So I think one of those details where it's like, when it's done, it's like it's time to turn over a new chapter. Right, when it's done, it feels like turning over a new chapter. So continue on to have a new season, like, especially after you finished one, right? To be able to properly look at it and go like, hello, I want to take my time to do this again, to start up a new multi-year project now that I know how long it lasts and I know how much effort it is, right? It's kind of one of those things where it's like, I wouldn't I pretty much don't ever expect anybody who wraps up a season of a show to ever go for another one. You know, it's just one of the things where like it's just not practical. Not necessarily that it's not practical. It just doesn't feel like a thing that people would do because it's not the correct decision. You know, for a lot of people, and I think it makes sense. But yeah, okay, that was the side challenge of a lifetime. The last battle ends up being Pan, which, as I said, throws the challenge because is bro's name Golden Ink? Technically not, but yes, it is. It's Golden Ink as far as this show is concerned. I will admit that I originally thought that it would have been an interesting gag if the name was actually Golden Token. If you were called Golden Token instead of Golden Ingot, and then they made that the word from that episode true or whatever, I do think that would have been funny. However, no, their name is just Golden Ingot, and we do a gag. What is this piece? I have never seen this in my life. It's a decision ball. Doing decision ball. But they end up losing, and they're up for elimination. So, who's going to get eliminated? We have no idea because it's a double elim. Yeah, to even out the teams is a double elimination. I'd be worried for Gong, but other than that, I have no idea. I have no idea who's getting out. Again, it's kind of suffers from it. Pan through the challenge, though, so I think Pan's got to go, right? You know what? Let's say it's the two people who fucked up. So, let's say Pan and Purse. Pan and Purse are going. Let's say that. Those feel like two characters that could be going. It would make sense. Okay. It is now time for episode 10, which is titled Comic Life. Go. Okay, that is episode 10 of Paper Puppets. It is the next day, by the way. I didn't do too much yesterday, which is, I'm just gonna tell you a little secret. It's also partially the reason why this wasn't split into two videos. But, we have ourselves the 10th episode, which is the shortest episode so far of Paper Puppets, because the thematic for this episode is that we press a button on the back of a DSi for some reason, because we were enjoying the best game on the DSi, which is apparently stare at the screen for 5 minutes the game, which is truly elite tier content. We end up teleporting ourselves into a comic dimension. Now, my presumption about what is going on here, right, is that, remember in the last episode, we said that there was going to be a longer break, right, because of going to camp? Yeah, my presumption is that this is a sketch idea that sort of arrives so that you can formulate an episode at camp, because all you need is just the paper that you just draw it when you have time, right? So you can't bring, of course, the papers themselves to record or any equipment, but you can bring paper, so you can draw a comic of an episode, then get back and just do it, right? And just film it, which is but I'm presuming that's what happens, because it feels like a relatively clever workaround, right? And again, I'm telling you, YellowAngiru from 2013 was way smarter than anybody's letting on. These are workaround solutions, ideas, and everything that's just that it feels properly timed, you know? Like, they feel thought out, and it's rather interesting the way that it happens. But either way, we end up heading ourselves into the pocket dimension, which you know, is definitely a dimension. All right. Now the comics, I would say, are drawn pretty decently. I mean, every time we've seen YellowAngiru actually draw in this show, it's been relatively fast and relatively correct. So, like, it's one of those things where, like, I'm partially surprised at the fact that apparently we can't animate. You know, like, it's kind of one of those things that I've personally not really seen much saying that you can't, right? Because the assets are pretty good. Every time we've drawn, it's pretty good, even though, of course, drawn on paper, like, it's all looking pretty solid. But either way, we end up having the elimination. Bag uses the immunity token, and yet again, it saves Bag from the elimination. Well, it saves somebody from the elimination because Bag is saved. I'm telling you, it's I don't trust it. I don't trust it. I said, would back have used this token if they weren't there? I would say in this case, I would say probably because, right, Bag had, lost in the quiz, right, by not getting the sensitize 8. So it makes sense to be like, oh, I might get out for this. So that's fair. And then we end up having the 2 eliminated contestants, which then end up being Post-it-Note, which would have gotten eliminated anyways, as one of the two, because it's a double elimination this time to sort of even out the teams. Post-it-Note ends up getting eliminated, which is a unfortunate event, because Post-it-Note wasn't even that bad. I feel like Post-it-Note wasn't even mean. Like, that's the thing about Post-it-Note. Like, you can say what you want. People were mean to Post-it-Note. Post-it-Note themselves wasn't a mean character, though. Right? They were just smart. They were just like, according to my calculation. And then everybody else said, like, shut up. Right? And it's like, oh, well, you're not letting the smart person speak. What if they want to be useful? Like... You gotta deal with it. You can't say, how dare somebody calculate? I don't know. People in 2013, they were not cooking, all right? Voters in 2013 were not cooking. And then Pan gets eliminated. Yep, obviously. I mean, I like Pan. And I thought Pan was one of the GOATs in terms of challenge performance. However, this is definitely by quite a bit the weakest in terms of... the performance from them. So they get eliminated. They proceed to get sad at Bag being like, how could you? You eliminated me as if you knew beforehand. For some reason, everybody in Object Shows thinks that, oh no, it was your fault. You knew this all this time. It's like, brother. So, yeah, I Post-it-Note enter the boss of doom. Nobody likes them. I'm telling. I don't know. This is hate. All right. The hate is unjustified. We need to defend Post-it-Note. Defend Post. I'm a Post-it-Note supporter club. All right. That's what I've woken up as. I've woken up as the Post-it-Note supporter club. But either way, we end up having Shuriken. By the way, hold on. Hear me. Like. Random question, alright? Eventually, by the way, Glass Shard enters the portal that they just find, and then they get out. And they win. Now, like, how do you say Shuriken? Because I say Shuriken, but, like, and I've always said that. I've heard everybody say it. But in this show, we're calling it Shuriken. Is that how you're supposed to, how do you say the word Shuriken? Hold on. I'm looking this up. Shuriken... Pronunciation. How do you say it? Shuriken. I don't know. It's really interesting. I've not heard it sound like that. I thought it was a shuriken, but maybe not. I guess they're not really that different. But either way, we end up having a Glass Shard win, and they decide that they can get to pick a prize, any prize they want for some reason, and their prize is no voting. What? Again, I get it. You want to not make this a real episode, really, because it's short and it's made in a comic style, right? And a lot of the characters they get the chance to shout. Okay, get it. But, like, Glass Shard, the roughly mean character, not wanting anyone to get eliminated, I'm doubting that. Because it just hurts them. It literally hurts them. Because their team was going to win. They were going to get closer. Remember how he said that he wanted the team to be closer. They were going to get one step closer. Now he decided no vote. Bruh. That doesn't make any sense. Alright, Glass Shard, bro. That might be the least sensical decision of the show history. Whatever. Episode 11, The Not So Amazing Race. Go. Okay, that is episode 11 of Paper Puppets. So, we looked at BFDI and we decided, well, I gotta do that. And then we have officially introduced a point system. Yes, a point system. the video's fluctuating qualities, by the way, I don't get it. How is this happening? How is the video going 720? No, like, how is one episode 720p? Then it's 360, then it's 480, then it stays for 480 for a while, then it goes back down, then it goes 720. Ooh, and I don't, how is this part? The equipment isn't changing. How is the video getting rendered at different quality settings every time? I don't know. But yeah, it's really suffering when you gotta do something like looking at the screen, you know, especially because we're so close to the screen, we don't get like a full screenshot. But either way, yes, we end up having a point system. Now, here's the thing, alright? I personally am actually quite a fan of point systems, right? I actually am quite a fan. I think that, like, as far as I'm aware, there hasn't ever been like a big show that has just fully and directly taken a point system and done it as its primary system, right? Because, like, here's the thing. BFDI did do a point system. However, the thing about it is that BFDI was intentionally playing. You know, like, it was intentional. It was, yes, it had some kind of logic to it, but also no, right? It was like, oh, it can't support a 3-digit number. So if you get over 100, no, you actually got, so someone got 100, so that means they have 0 point. You know, it's not like that, where it just doesn't work. You overflow integer limit, right? And then it's like, okay, yeah, I get it, but there is just that degree of, like, you know, confusion that heads on with it, and it's a degree of, like, at the end of the day, BFDI is trying to do comedy, right? It takes a point system and it makes it a comedic element, right? However, I do believe that, like, having a show that just straight up does the competitive element and has a competitive voting system that works, I think is an interesting possibility, right? Because, like, it's interesting. Now, one of the things that, of course, that, like, there's one negative with it, right? That I think most people who tried it out end up suffering from it, right? I think that they end up suffering from the problem of the fact that, like, basically, with a point system, inevitably, there are going to be front runners and there are going to be sort of, you know, they're going to be front runners and they're going to be the back, right? People are going to fall behind and people are going to leap ahead. Right, which means that with a point system, you will end up that at the end of the day, the people at the bottom will usually not change, right? Like, the good, like, you know, strong contestants will remain roughly at the top, and weak contestants will remain roughly at the bottom, which means that the people that are getting up for elimination each time are not going to change that much, right? Which is kind of like the main negative, right? Because of that. Now, is that even a negative? That is a question. That is a debate that you can make. Like, is it a negative? I would say that, yeah, I would say that it is a negative. However, it's also not something that's been tried, you know? Nobody has persisted with it again and again to really be able to get us to, like, properly imagine how it would be. Like, you know, would you start picking up a bit of a fondness for the character that's, you know, trying to rise themselves out of the situations and they don't get voted, you know, or would they get voted after, you know, twice? It's like, oh, you haven't gotten out yet, or like any of that. I don't know how that would work. Like, you see, it's kind of an interesting concept. I would honestly be down. I think a show should test that out. I think a show should try it, alright? Just try a point system like that, alright? But yeah, alongside this point system, we also have no teams because we're at the final 10. Now, this show keeps over and over implying that it will have a debut. No, sorry, that it will have a second rejoin. So we're not really at the final 10, you know. But yeah, this show just implies a lot that it's going to have a second rejoin. So that seems like it's a thing on the cards for a couple of episodes from now. So that's kind of intriguing. But either way, on time with the Astro event, so I ended up wondering at the beginning what Pan actually said to Bag, because Pan last time was like, I really like, and then it's a question, of course, you know, the man there, I really liked you, and it's like, no, I hate you now, but like, that's probably what they meant, you know, let's just be for real. But it's also Pan, so you never know when they said, oh, I really like potatoes, right, then I don't know. we end up having the challenge, which is to go to the finish line. It's a race challenge. Now, this challenge is to do a 1 kilometer run across the house. Yeah, again, it's relatively solid because you have this the setting of the house, right, which means that you can do stuff at a different location. So we do it at the corners, the finish line, the beds, kind of like the running past it, like you get to kind of having different locations to do it. So I think it's rather cool. However, I think that races, they do end up a little bit like having trouble because of the format, right? Where it's paper puppets. Where I honestly think that, especially for plush videos, right? There's one negative thing that this system has comparatively to plush videos, and it's that basically you end up that a plush can move independently of the arm if it has to. If it wants to slide down, if there's a slidey surface, it'll slide down, right? If it'll get thrown, it will fly, right? Same thing goes. If it's on a go-kart or whatever, it'll move in the same way. Where it's a piece of paper, though, if you, for example, if you make a plush trip down the stairs, it will fall down those stairs. Right? If you dunk it down, it was going to fall down. If you throw a piece of paper, it's not going to fall down. It's just eventually going to stop, right? Which means that you can't really represent a race in the kind of unpredictable, interesting movement way that you could with plushies, right? Which is a little bit, unfortunate. But, yeah. Now that I think about it, Paper Puppets does have plushies, right? That's kind of cool. That's kind of like a full circle moment. I hope the plushies arrive with the paper for them. But either way, we end up having, of course, everybody finish the race, where we end up having the top dog be none other than Flashlight, because they were apparently won. They played track and field. All right, cool. Then Glassshard, they did do the running long jump. They were bad at it, but they did the running long jump as well in that other challenge. And it was Glassshard. No, then it was Chip and then Glassshard. So I guess being tough gets you to go faster. Toothbrush, because being tall equals fast. You've learned this today. Melon, Mirror, Shuriken, or Shuriken, Bag, Cup, and then eventually Gong, who's really big, so can't really couldn't really run very fast. Not their fault, so I hope they don't get eliminated for it. Their physicality isn't Cup's physicality can get judged maybe, right? Because there's other characters that are kind of heavy that are managed to to run run way faster, while Cup maybe not. Melon is heavier than a Cup, but they did fine. So yeah, then we have the whole voting system with the voting, then subtract votings. It's a solid voting system. It feels relatively tactical. It feels relatively well thought out. Voting against you being a metric isn't very good because, of course, first of all, it doesn't scale well, right? So, if we got over 100 total votes, then that would totally throw everything off. But this show has just about enough votes where it makes sense. And, of course, a character that hasn't been in as many episodes will not get voted as much. And then what about a positive vote, like the votes to debut and the votes to rejoin, right? And all that stuff. Those don't matter. Right, and then it's kind of okay, well, it should matter, though, because, that's, a thing, no? That would make sense for that to happen, right? So, we sort all of that out, and that means that the lowest 4 scores end up being none other than Mirror, Bag, Cup, and Gong. So Gong, of course, ends up being a debutante who, however, hasn't performed the best so far. It's kind of kept it on the low key, so it hasn't really worked. Then Bag, which has been pretty poor in the last 3 challenges. And then there's Cup and Mirror, which I guess sort of stake out as the not doing much contestants. Mirror ends up being entirely by process of not doing anything ends up getting there. They didn't do a good performance, they didn't do a bad performance, they didn't get a lot of votes, they didn't get many votes, they didn't get a token, none of that. So I don't know, we're gonna I guess need to see, but yeah, I hope that this point system does get stuck around for this show, because I do think that it's interesting. So, I say interest. I don't know. I'm just curious to see. I want to see a show that just tries to keep it moving. Keep this point system ongoing, right? Instead of making bullshit up with it. Because making bullshit up with it is funny. Like, I don't know. I've just not seen it properly enforced. So I think it'd be intriguing to see it. Eventually, at the end, we end up being like, "Hello, make a prediction video. All right, now do it." All right, my prediction video. Who's winning Paper Puppets, bro? That's a great question. Dude, who's giving me winning Paper Puppets vibes? It's not Melon. It's probably Shuriken. But Shuriken's a debutante. But it's not anybody else. It's Flashlight or Shuriken. That would be my prediction. That would be my winner prediction right now. But I feel like they wouldn't get that many votes. Even though Flashlight did get a bunch of votes at one time. But I feel like they wouldn't get that many votes. And they're not like that mean. Well, a lot of the other tall contenders that are kind of mean characters are probably gonna get voted out when the chance is there. Like Chip or like Last Shard, right? So I feel like they'll be doing that. And a lot of those weaker characters are just a bit too non-eventful. That they're gonna get eliminated for not doing much, right? So I'm gonna say that Flashlight or Shuriken are giving me winner prediction vibes. But yeah, make a pre-action video. I'm gonna be draw the assets yourself. I'm sorry, what? You keep saying, yo, make the asset. What you have can you give them? Like, post a link? I don't know. Like, you made assets. You can give them out. Like, what? Okay, bro. Okay, YellowAngiru 2013. You're like, oh, my assets are trade a secret. I don't want to get a view. You can make your own if you want to make a prediction. It's like, bro. Anyways, episode 12 of Paper Puppets is titled Word Scramble. Go. Now, you've heard of 720p. Dare I even say we've heard, and majority of this show utilizes 480p. And then, for some of the weirder episodes, we've even used 360p. Now, get ready for 240p. Why is it going down? I don't get it. Why is the quality of the footage decreasing? How does that work? What? Huh? Okay, my presumption about what might be going on is that when editing video, what happens is, if the episode is longer, then that means that the file is bigger, so we render the file at a lower quality for big episodes. That way we don't overwhelm our poor Windows 7 computer with a freaking calendar widget that we use all the time. And the slideshow that we now have for the points. I think. Yeah. That's the only piece that I think makes sense. That's the only line of reasoning that I can imagine that makes sense. But yeah, we start ourselves off with the losers, where in the white box of doom we end up discovering that they can just leave. Yes, this basket does happen to have holes on the side of the walls, which means that they can escape because they are paper. And everybody realizes that collectively after Bottle figures it out, and then everybody proceeds to leave and run the hell away. However, nobody was going to notice a thing until the elimination takes place. Yes, the elimination with the 4 contestants. You get an invisible ball if you are saved. Are we still doing prize? I thought we stopped doing prizes. We don't need to invent BS prizes. It's fine. It's okay. I get it. But anyways, we end up having a lot of votes, 48 votes. Yeah, other than the debut, it is the most votes for this show. So it is growing. People are getting into the paper puppet thing, which is nice. You know, people back in 2013, they're finding it. They're finding the show. And in general, it's cool. Then we end up having ourselves the situation where the eliminated contestant ends up being with 21 votes, a lot of them actually. It's Cup. Cup ends up getting eliminated as a major threat to the game. Major threat according to who? What do you mean? Major threat. What? Yes. Major threat, guys. Major. Yeah, very big. The guy in the bottom four, like every challenge. Yeah, Cup, I would say, is a deserved elimination because, like, out of everybody else, they either didn't perform that bad or have a reason to perform bad. Cup is not that heavy and still performed very badly, right? Bottom two, so it makes sense to eliminate Cup from it, while also, you know, not having been that interesting in the last few episodes personality-wise. So, yeah. Eliminated is Cup. Cup is gone, and they go into the White Boss of Losers. However, they realize that they're alone in the White Boss of Losers because everybody else escaped. Everybody scrams, and the challenge is to capture the eliminated contestants. The last one to get captured will rejoin the game as part one of the challenge. This, again, does lead to interesting possibilities because, of course, you can just not catch somebody if you want them to rejoin. Alright, there's that type of meta gaming that you can do. There's been multiple opportunities for this, you know? There have been many opportunities. Like Shuriken back then could have rigged it for one of the teams by being like, oh no, you found me. Right? Or like in this challenge, you know, where the contestant could have been like, oh, yo, okay, I'm your friend, so you're gonna hide, alright? You know, like help you hiding instead of finding you, because like it's just intriguing, you know. It's a interesting strategical component that I think this show isn't thinking about, which it would be cool if this show thought about, because with the situation that it's making, it is allowing itself to construct this type of scenario, right? And it would be interesting and would be unique and it would be different. So honestly, I would be down to see that. You know, I'll be down to see that. However, it is currently not doing it. Anyway, so they end up finding various people around the house. We end up having a DSI, which Cash is posting up to get crushed by this DSI about like 5 times. They make some interesting sounds. This is, I'm telling you, the voice acting career was it was starting right here. And you end up having, you know, be careful what you wish for, I guess. You know, the DSI, dude, this DSI has so far been the main villain of the show. I'm telling you, bro. Like, this DSI has been like, oh, I'm gonna get you. You know, like, press the button, boom, switches to comic mode. I guess the DSI fucking crushes posting like a million times. This DSI is danger to society, man. I'm telling you. But anyways, eventually, we end up having, the Fatso. We end up going Fatso, Chainsaw does it. I like how, of course, we don't have editing, so we end up just needing to take multiple shots to get it in after. Of you saying Fatso, procedures, so Fatso. Like, you have to do it by hand. Oh god, you see, these are the types of things that are the most charming about these shows. You know, it's like taking a limitation and not like facing it head on, you know, because the thing about these situations, right, these, you know, IRL plush paper episodes, right, is that like they have to face it head on, you know, because there's no way to get around the limitation, because you're just literally, you're in a completely different medium of displaying the content. So you have to just every challenge, every section, you have to just face it and get creative, right? And it does inspire a lot of creativity. So I do recommend it. If you have plushes, make a plush video, right? It'll be cringe, yes, but like, you know, you can do your thing. It encourages creativity. But the last two people end up being Fridge and Pan. Which one will rejoin? And they eventually decide. Well, Pan eventually decides, well, Fridge, you want to rejoin, so I think you should rejoin. So I proceed to leave. The line of reasoning doesn't quite work because, like, well, yeah, you want to rejoin. Well, I also want to rejoin, but you want to rejoin, and I want you to rejoin. Well, but even though I want I to rejoin, so I'm gonna leave so that you can rejoin. Like, okay. Man, Object Shoot characters back in the day, they did not understand the concept of the fact that you can be friends and play in a competition. You know, like, if you, like, you can do a challenge against each other and still be friends, you know? Like, you can go up to somebody. Like, you know, you can play a tennis match. Like, if you get seeded against your friend in a tennis tournament, okay? You are both still going to try to win, you know? However, it's not just because, like, I think you both want to win, and it would be beneficial because of prize money or whatever, right? For your friend to get through for them. However, in general, you still want to win, and you still compete, you know? It's like whoever's the strongest win. Like, you gotta think about it that way, you know? Because, like, otherwise, like, bro, like, what is this? But whatever, bro. We end up having Fridge rejoin the game. You get 50 points, and then we have the second part of the challenge. The challenge is a word scramble. Yes, a word scramble. So with paper puppets and with golden ingot, you need to make with either paper puppets or with gold ingot, you end up needing to form a new word out of the letters of those two words and create the longest possible word with them. Okay? Which is interesting. What would be the longest word that I could come up with? Could you make the word puppeteering? I think, right? Hold on, puppet. Golden paper. So yeah, there's two E's. Puppeteer, R, paper, I, golden ingot, yes. Yeah, puppeteer. Yeah, puppeteer. Yeah, you can make puppeteering. That would be my submission. Alright? My submission is the word puppeteering. It's a long word, alright? I'm just saying. So, yeah, there you go. That maybe even puppeteerings? Is that a word? The plural? Can you plural it? with an S? I don't know. But, like, whatever. Yeah, so that's the word scramble. Now, one of the things about it that I think stands out from this challenge, the contestants don't do very well. And then only 3 people for some reason are for elimination this time. Gong gets saved again, failing some bias. So yeah, Shuriken, Melon, and Mirror end up being up for Elam because they perform quite poorly. In fact, I mean, I think Shuriken gets 0. No, Mirror gets like 0 votes. No. Shuriken gets 0. Mirror gets like 2. So yeah, they're losing track a little bit. They're falling behind. But yeah, that's kind of a thing. But I think one thing that stands out is that, like, making object shows back in the day, you know, I think that was like an inherently nerdy thing to do. Because you'll notice that, like, it seeps in to these older shows that the creators are kind of nerdy. When it's like, I'm sorry, what do you mean we're randomly pulling out pig pen ciphers in an episode of Paper Puppet? You know, or like these types of challenges. And again, it brings in an additional level of charm because you can tell, but like it's just funny how like it was just a common trait, you know. In the same way where it's like in BFDI, you can tell, you know. You can look at BFDI and go like, oh yeah, these are nerdy people. On the way that they use statistics, right? They have so many dumbass statistics in BFDI entirely because they find it interesting, right? And like complicated systems and stuff that like it's just inherently interesting because it's kind of like a nerdy thing to know. And yeah, you can really feel it in certain episodes. Even this, you can tell that like it's kind of it was to really be in the object show niche and like talk about it and make it as well. You had to be like a bit of a nerd. You had to harness a bit of the post-it within you. All right, so that's that's nice. That's nice to know. That's proper emotional. Everybody has to harness in their inner post-it. No, according to my calculation, this episode is okay. Yeah, who's getting out of this bottom 3? I don't know. I feel like it's Melon's time to go. I feel like it is. Team leader that never really led the team is, in general, very middle of the pack. Like I feel like it's time to go because that Mirror, yeah. Okay, but I feel like Mirror's staying there, right? I don't think Mirror is a bit too bad at challenges for a point system, so I don't think that Mirror is exactly going to leave that point system for the next while. And Shuriken is cool, so I would say that it's time for Melon to go. I've said it before, I don't think Melon had too many episodes with it left on them, so yeah, I think it's looking rough. So, yeah, that is Paper Puppets episode 12. Let's see if I'm correct. Of course, voters in 2013, it's a bit mysterious. They only vote once. Don't vote twice. Anyways, it's time for episode 13, which, considering the next episode was supposed to be on September 15th, the episode 13 is titled Christmas Special. I'm getting some mixed signals. Let's see. Episode 13, Christmas Special. Go. Okay, that is episode 13 of Paper Puppets, and that's a rough one. That is a rough one. So, let's analyze, alright? This, as you can tell, this episode suffers from the least amount of cohesiveness of any Paper Puppets episode so far, because it, but then you're wondering why. Did we just not prepare? Were we lazy that day? What happened, right? And the answer is no, actually. We were relatively prepared. Like, you'll notice, we set ourselves up with all of these different pieces of tape, right? We ended up having the whiteboard with everybody's, like a wish that they want, everybody's present that they wanted, right? We had to think of all of that. Then we needed to have every present be on the board, right? That way there was, that way the character pick it up. Like, there is a lot of preparation required for this episode. So it's not a lack of trying that makes this episode sort of kind of not function. It's just that when recording it, you need to, at the end of the day, simplify your workflow, right? You need to see, when you do something like this, you need to have your mind clear when you are recording. Because when you are recording, you need to allocate as much space as possible to filming and to voice acting, right? Like, if you can think about the other things as least as possible, then it is much better, right? However, in this case, it ends up being a complication because there is just so many things to handle both mentally and physically with this challenge. So, challenge is Secret Santa, right? As a challenge, Secret Santa. Well, hold on. Before we talk about it, just quickly, super last second, I guess we'll do the elimination. Mirror ends up getting eliminated. Yeah, that makes sense. I have a feeling that maybe what's going to happen with the point system, if we keep it going, is that people are just going to eliminate whoever has the least points. I mean, it'd be fair. It'd be a fair way to get eliminated. Like, it's hard to discuss against it. But yeah, also, for some reason, Gold Ingot's paper has been ripped. Not exactly sure who did that. Who bit you, Gold Ingot? What happened? Like, somebody bite. Somebody bit too much. But either way, we end up having us going to the challenge. So let's get back to where we were. So the Secret Santa. What is the issue with this Secret Santa? Is that there's just a lot to handle, right? Because you need to think about it. You're picking somebody out at random, okay? Now, you can either, of course, pick somebody out at random, or you can rig it, right? Of course, if you're animating something, you can rig it so that you pull out a specific paper. For the idea and story you want to have in your mind, you roughly, need the characters to line up, right? With, for the whole thing, with Glass Shard and with a flashlight, of course, for that arc to work, you need to kind of have it prepared, which means that you need them to pick out each other's names. So if they're all in a bag, you need to find it, which is, you can tell that there's a lot of focus into making that happen, because you notice how we're shuffling around in the box quite a bit, right? We're shuffling around the box like a shit ton, so that way we can find the paper that needs it, so we get it, and then we do it, right? And then in the meantime, you need to do small talk, like, oh, just do it, just grab one, man. It's like, oh, I know, I'm trying. It's like, bro, what do you mean you're trying? You're supposed to pick up one paper, right? And like, it doesn't really make sense, but like, I get it from an external point, because there's a lot of work being done there, while still, of course, trying to get dialogue to make sense, right? So every character is supposed to pick that out, right? And this means that there's a lot of alignment that has to go on, because every character is connected to another character. So you already need to make a pool, right? So it's kind of one of those, oh, you need to get it for you, who needs to get it for that person, and that person needs to get it for that person, right? So then it kind of making like a weird pie chart, okay? It's not a pie chart, like a weird chart, right? So, all right, that's all a thing, all right? But despite the fact that that is all a thing, right, all a thing that matters and is relevant and is a problem, you then need to do the gifts. So then you need to actually sort out the gifts. What characters are going to get the gifts, what characters aren't going to get the gifts. And that is all also a problem, because you then need to handle everything physically. Beyond just thinking it through, you also now need to physically just handle the most amount of items, because every character ends up having their gift, their themselves, and their and the paper with the person. So that immediately, so that times 3 with the camera and everything. So that is a times 3 on the amount of items that you need to handle physically and need to keep track of, right? Which is just a mess. It's a mess, right? And then afterwards, at the end, you need to fetch everybody out, give them the gift, and then have the rating on the spot in the way that you want it to happen. It's a mess. It's not a challenge that's constructed for it. We do seem a little bit less set up, because I have no idea where we are, by the way. This is like the weirdest carpet I've ever seen. I don't know what the hell we're on. It's like a carpet. It's like a one of those like woven carpet. I don't even know. It's like wood or something. I don't remember what material it is. But it's like one of those. You know those. I feel like everybody's seen one of those, but they don't really know how to describe what it is. But like, yeah, we're on one of those, and the computer's not there, so we can't really do the point system, right? Because yeah, we're not at the computer. That is a problem with the point system that we didn't think about. It that if we're ever off road, right? Like in Southampton, then it's like we end up having the computer not there, which means that we can't do the point system in the usual way. I mean, of course, you can always make it up with paper or whatever, right? But then it's still kind of like annoying. So. They end up getting all of the gifts slowly. They pick out the names so slowly, dude. It goes so slow. I have never seen a slower thing in my life. This is slower than war. How did we invent this challenge slower than the war challenge, bro? How is that possible? How did we do that? Look, it has its highs. This show has its highs, but it has lows. We're in a low right now, alright? This is a gaming. We end up heading in. The freaking, we run by, you see, we weren't, but then it's like, that envelope, you see how we have everything prepared, but not the envelope, so we need to put the camera down and grab it, proper episode 1 style, right, and we need to go out there, grab whatever paper we can find, grabs an envelope, and then we're right on the envelope what we want, and then do the cut. This episode also is way less receptive to cuts, by the way, which is certainly the last episodes we had a lot of cuts, you know. The fact that these episodes pretty much are not this episode definitely minimizes on the cuts is really interesting. Not exactly sure why it's doing all that when it could, you know, just cut a little bit more from character to character and be more organized in between them. Don't really know, but it's doing all of these things and it's not really making sense. But either way, we end up having Fridge wants Pan back. Golding can't do that, so they lose. Look, all I'm saying is that you're not creative enough. Look, all I'm saying, you know, the white box of doom got 0 reinforcements ever since the characters escaped. You know, like they managed to leave. Everybody else managed to leave. So if Fridge just went up there and was like, "Hey, Pan. Get over here. Then, like, where Pan would have been there, they wouldn't have been back into the game, but it would have been back. They would have been back somewhere. You know, you need to keep a close eye. I'm telling you, there's good ideas in here somewhere. You know, like I feel like that would be a fire story. I need Paper Puppets remastered. Somebody do it. Okay, it's just interesting. You know, like you could do like a cool ass arc with that, with Fred trying to get Pan out of jail or whatever. Then we need to get Gong new shoes. Toothbrush are like, well, we don't wear shoes, so I can't get shoes. No, oh, bro. Bruh. My G. Maybe you can't wear clothes. It doesn't mean you can't get them. Oh my god. Okay, Gong can't wear shoes. What if he wants to look at them? What if he wants them for the collection? Or I don't even know. Bro, you can get shoes. Doesn't mean you do have to wear them. Bruh. Shoe, it's not that shoe don't exist. Like, oh, okay. Whatever. Then Glass Shard has to get flashlight, something Christmassy. They end up fetching out some crazy lights, some light machinery thing that does music. That ends up getting a 1 million out of 10. And Flashlight has to get something sharp for Glass Shard. They end up getting a razor blade, which is fair. One of those like knives, I don't remember what they're called, but yeah, those end up. They both end up doing it. You can tell that this episode does try to do quite a bit of the characters interact with each other. You know, kind of secretly they don't like each other, and then it's like, ooh, are they doing? Is this shipping fuel chat? Are they? Do they get together and take two? Well, I don't know. Who's even in take? Are these characters even relevant? I don't know. Are these characters even important? Are these characters even in season 2? Will I see Flashlight in season 2? Or is that a thing that's gonna happen? Are these characters real? Who's in season 2? I don't have no idea. I don't know anything about this show. I know there's a ball. There's like a plasma ball, I think. That's about it. There's like a plushie of them, but I don't know anything about this show, dude. This is about as blind as one can be heading into a show. But anyways, we end up Melon ends up needing to get Chip nothing, so that's fair enough. By the way, none of these characters consider the possibility that, you know, these are what they want. Doesn't mean you have to get it. Right? Like, just because the bro wants shoes, if you can't get shoes, like, you know, if you can't get Pan back, for example, that doesn't mean you just don't get them a gift. Like, you can get them a gift. It can be Pan back. You can be like, hey, I can get Pan back, so I bought you a freaking skillet. Or whatever. You know, like something like that. I like it's something different, right? Like, you can work around it and still give a gift. You know, it doesn't necessarily need to be the one they want. But yeah, then eventually we need to get a pen. We get that. Gong gets that very, very quickly. And in general, eventually they proceed to rate it. We also end up wanting a book. Well, hold on. Wait, who wants? Wait a minute. Hope, goodwill, and joy. Who wants hope, goodwill, and joy? Wait. What? Hold on. Wait a minute. Am I dumb? Wait, I am dumb. Wait a minute. That bag? No, Melon wants. Oh yeah, Melon wants hope, goodwill, and joy. I think doesn't the person that gets some hope, goodwill, and joy get a 0? Okay, fair enough. Then eventually we end up having, but they also there's something crossed out. Does that say music? I think that says music. What do I want for? I want music for. Yes, exactly. I'm a big fan of that. And then Toothbrush wants toothpaste, which Bag goes over to get. However, doesn't seem to get in time. I guess we didn't. The bathroom's a long ways away. Bathroom's long ways away for an object. Couldn't quite get the resources for the quest there, so fair enough. And then Shuriken is supposed to get a book, and they proceed to get a enormous book. What book even is this? This is Michael, the Country by Michael, whatever your name is. I don't even know. This is too. These videos are too low res. We're in 480p, okay, bro? Like, all right, we're not gonna get saved out here. We proceed to get over, we rate all of the shenanigans, and then we end up having the glass shard be safe because it got the highest rating at like 1 million, and then everybody else I think is up for elimination because of the point system. I don't know, that's a lot of people to be up for elimination, mate. It also seems like we weren't quite thought out, but yeah, this is a good example if you're making sort of a live action show that you need to try to get on top of just your items. Like, you need to minimize this, right? Because, like, at the end of the day, a person can only multitask up to a certain degree, and you need to multitask the camera, which you can't prop up in this scenario, at least in this carpet. So you can't prop up the camera, so you need to manhandle the camera, do the dialogue, the story that you prepared, while at the same time holding the characters, literally grabbing the items that are not there, they're wherever, thinking of the items, all of these things, right? All of these need to happen. So, like, having 30 items to keep a hold of and remember where they are while still forming the story, it's just a lot. It's just a lot, and I understand 100% why this episode didn't work. It's just a logistical nightmare. So yeah, it's just it's I think this is a good scenario for if other people are making plot videos or whatever, to look at it and go like, this is what not to do, because this is what happens, right? Even a relatively prepared and smart 2013 YellowAngiru, it was complicated. Episode 14 of Paper Puppets is titled "You Can't Find Me." Go. Okay, that is episode 14 of Paper Puppets. You cannot find me. So, you see what I mean? You see what I'm telling you, man? Like, no show from the era did points for that long. No show from the era gave a damn to do points for more than like 3 episodes. Like, what do you mean the points are getting old? No, the points are not getting old. No, like, the interesting part about points doesn't even come in yet. We don't get that far. We just get to like the baseline, do it twice, and go like, oh, this is boring. It's like, bro, my gamers, we need to give it some time, to allow for leaders to shine and losers to rise, But you only do 2 times, it doesn't work. But, I guess the problem, but I think, again, this show, I believe, suffers from a logistical points problem, however, more than another show. So, like, I understand it for this show, because the problem that this show faces, right, is that it sort of ends up, right, that, again, it required to do the slideshow necessary, right, the PowerPoint necessary for the points. It has to be at the computer setup, right, However, as you've noticed, both of these last 2 episodes have not been at the PC desk setup. They've been at a different location. They've been at a different set, which means that without the PC there, you can't realistically do it. which creates problems in that avenue. So I understand what is going on, and I see that like why you would do it for this show. So I get it. I understand. For more for this show than I do for some others. But yeah, we end up having the bathroom setting. Yes, we're in the bathroom setting. YellowAngiru, the mastermind that the contestants somehow know about, is indeed sick. So you'll hear sniffling from time to time. But yeah, pushing through to do paper puppets. Sitting on the floor of the bathroom. I don't think that's gonna improve the sickness. But either way, we end up having the elimination. Everybody's up for elimination except for Glass Shard, who of course was safe last time. So we end up having an interesting thing that occurs. Is that because of the bathroom setting, the bathroom does not tend to have that much natural lighting to it, which means that we are with a light on. This causes a massive shadow that is usually not present, alright? So it's intriguing because you can see a little bit of the device that's actually recording, and you can see that it has a rounded edge and is relatively large. It was a bit hard to tell what it is, but I was starting to almost debate it being a tablet. Do you think it's a tablet, maybe? I mean, it can be a tablet, because how do you... one-handing a tablet is kind of complicated, no? But then it's like, what device is recording? I don't know. But it's kind of interesting. I wonder what device it is that was recording these Paper Puppets episodes. I don't know how much knowledge is known on these Paper Puppets episodes, Because, like, the behind the scenes on this must be, like, very interesting and very funny, right? But, like, I don't know how much of it we really know. I have no idea. I am not in the loop, but like it'd be interesting to know. If we don't know the details, we should fetch some. We should do like a freaking look back. But anyways, the average votes, yes, 6.25. We're going to have a couple people get 0, and then eventually the eliminated contestant ends up being none other than Chip with significantly more, like 17 to 30. Yeah, I mean, fair enough. They've not exactly, for being Mr. I Can Change, they didn't really change at all from their episode 1 self. They got themselves eliminated, and I hit the microphone. I'm sorry. From their episode 1 self that got eliminated. They haven't changed too much or made a roughly mean character. By the way, for them, for Chip and also somebody else, I don't remember who, we had a reprint apparently because it wasn't, it was just too ripped. So my question is, if we had a reprint, why the hell did we not reprint the host? It's ripped to the point where it's literally part of the character as it's gone. It's looking like the cat bit off a part of the gold ingot. Why did we not reprint you? That's the character that shows up on screen for the most amount of time out of the average character, because the host in this show talks a shit ton. So like, what is happening? I don't know, but okay then, bros. Okay then, we'll go with it. So yeah, they get 11 votes. Also interesting. I like how. By the way, it's not even. It's the print for this is like barely even. It's like it's not trying to work around the design like whatever ones. It's just freaking rectangle. Full sides. But yeah, Chip officially rejoins. They rejoined the Box of Doom. And then we end up having the challenge. No more points because they're old, whatever. We're having there will be a third rejoin. Why? Nobody knows. Nobody has any idea to why there is going to be a third rejoin. However, there will be a third rejoin. Not in this episode, but very soon. If it's apparently every 3 episodes, that would mean that it's slated for episode 15 or 16, one of the next two. So that's that. I guess that's what we got. Keep an eye out for that. I guess. Sure. You're cool, bro. Cool stuff, bro. But either way, we end up having a fridge. no, sorry, not fridge. We end up having a hide and seek. Yes, the challenge is in our bathroom set, which we end up hosting the entire challenge in. We end up having a hide and seek challenge to hide around the bathroom, and winner wins immunity alongside one person, and then everybody else is up for a double elimination. So yeah, I'm definitely believing that next episode is the rejoin, right? Because double elimination, 2 out. That means that one's gonna come in, right? So that's kind of to balance out the episode count. So I think that makes sense. And the fellas proceed to hide. Gong proceeds to hide beneath a carpet, so that's fine. Then we end up having Bag and Melon decide to hide together, but behind a towel, being like, yo, we'll both win if they don't find us, right? Because we get found together. Fair, but also, like, we only needed one of you two to win and then agree to nominate the other. So that wasn't necessary. Fridge ends up hiding in between a bunch of Q-tips. However, closing the lid means that the air ends up really tight, I guess. So it's hard to breathe. However, I mean, like, it's probably not. It's a bit exaggerated. No, I think there's a little bit of an exaggeration. Like, it can't be that hard. I mean, there's a lot of the air from earlier that's still in there. It will take like a while for it to start, thinning out. But whatever. Toothbrush ends up hiding beneath a random piece of toilet paper. It's not a great idea. Toothbrush is bad. And then Shuriken ends up using the ninja skills to somehow get on top of that towel, which is pretty elite. And then Golding goes searching. They immediately find Toothbrush. Toothbrush is incapable of being good at a challenge. Toothbrush has never been a top performer in a challenge. It's not happened. It's never happened. It's unbelievable, bro. This guy cannot do anything. But then we end up finding a Melon and Bag, which, however, sneak and say that Shuriken is up there to make Shuriken not win, which is unfortunate. So because Shuriken did have a very good hiding spot going on there, it was just hard to physically reach. But then we have ourselves Gong, which manages to successfully hide on the carpet and not get noticed. Then we end up having the box of Q-tips. For some reason, Fridge, while hiding in there, put it in the most like non-Q-tip location ever. So yeah, Fridge ends up getting out. They're low-key thankful though. Then we have Glass Shard, which is near the toilet. They accidentally trip at the toilet, and the Golding goes like, "Mwahaha," and then flushes down the toilet, which means that we have yet again flushed the character down the toilet. Did we really need to do that again? I mean, like, look, it was a pretty good gag, but like, I feel like we did not need the reprise, we did not need the encore on that. I feel like we did not need a round 2, of that. I got it. you did that, and it was pretty crazy. But like, and I guess they're another one for the reprinting factory. And can we get Gold Ingot to go down there? Can get Gold Ingot to jump down there? That way, they get a new redesign, doesn't chop off like half their body. But yeah, and eventually the box ends up snitching that flashlight who hid right there, hid right next to the box, and doing it. For a minute I thought that flashlight was gonna go in the box for a moment, but no, I didn't do that. I don't know, I feel like just how easy it is to enter an exit. I feel like it's a type of component where like I would have used it more, Like, I would have used it more as a game design element, because it's kind of intriguing, right? Like, you can get a limited contestant out, and you can go in, you can do both of those things, right? Like, you'll get called out on it, but you are capable, like, physically speaking. So, it's like an intriguing, because sometimes it's worth it, Like, there's quite a bit to do. But yeah, Flashlight ends up getting found pretty much second last, basically, but which is impressive. So they're the only ones which hid in completely plain sight, right? Like, there was nothing required to find Flashlight except looking at the box of doom, which Golding gets pathing just didn't do. This is what I mean when I say the hide and seek challenges are kind of luck dependent, usually. Because it's like, it just depends on where we look, bro. Like, a character might have hid literally 1 meter away, but if the bro just walked forward to start and didn't look back, then that means that they're going to be safe, right? Which is just kind of a little bit dumb. But, it is a deserved Gong victory at the end of the day, because nobody even found them hiding beneath the carpet. and they managed to win. They got stepped on. It doesn't make a loud sound because apparently it's laid down on the ground. I don't understand. Are you like is your object small, or like are you supposed to be your object or no? Like it's a bit of a confusion. I feel like there's a bit of a like a misconception in this own show about whether the paper object itself, does it still act like the object, you know, like if for example you had like a drum, like a piano object, right? In this one, would it be a paper object so you can't play the piano, or would it be a piano so you can play the piano? You know, like, can it play music? Like, it's kind of like the question. I feel like historically the show said no. The show said that paper's paper. But, like, sometimes it told us that, like, oh, it makes a reason. But, like, if the gong was paper, then that's why, right? So that's kind of a little bit, I feel like this show's maybe not too decided on that. But either way, Gong wins and end up choosing Toothbrush to be safe with him. This is a great tactic. This is a great tactic. I will be 100% honest, out of the remaining characters by a country mile, Gong's Toothbrush sits in as like the most useless. Toothbrush is nothing, so keeping them in means that two stronger competitors are very likely to get eliminated from the competition, allowing for Gong to have an easier time by not having Toothbrush, which I feel like will get an easy elimination to do that. So that is a good tactic there for Gong. Gong, very smart there. But yeah, everybody else up for elimination. Who's getting out? Probably, I don't know. I feel like Bag. I feel like it's time for Bag to go. It's Bag and Glass Shard. Let's say that. I don't really know why, but Bag and Glass Shard. I'm feeling those two. Maybe I'm wrong, but I'm feeling Bag and Glass Shard. So we're going to go with that. And we're going to go into episode 15, which is titled Flipnote Frantics. Go. Okay, then it's episode 15 of Paper Puppets, Flipnote Frantics. So, I low-key forgot that, yeah, in the last episode, the first scene was actually that Toothbrush and Gong were like, yo, we're not friends, we should be, though. So that is why at the latter stages, right, the closing stages of the episode, when they're having Gong picks Toothbrush. It wasn't a tactical decision because Toothbrush was bad. It was a decision because friendship is good. Okay, so that's the reasoning. But I do like that it is also beneficiary to Gong as a player, because Toothbrush is realistically not gonna be as too strong of a competitor. So it keeps it roughly aligned. We end up having ourselves a new our host that comes back. It's apparently been a couple of months since then, because YellowAngiru was doing school and stuff. So yeah, Golding gets back. I need you to reprint this, bro. I will find a time machine. I will go back to 2014. I will go to your house and give you printer ink so that you can reprint this, bro. It's all, look at this paper, and it's all crumbled up and dead. This paper is death and doom. How is it still here? I don't know, but we have the elimination where we end up having ourselves the fellas, the 2 feet people are safe, and then we end up having Glass Shard earn the prize, apparently, because they got the most like votes. So they proceed to choose for somebody to be safe, and they choose Flashlight. Why are they being weird? Who knows? They're doing a bit of a thing, you know? They're doing a bit of like a thing. With that, it's intriguing to see it being done a bit here for like the first kind of real time, you know, trying to do a romance plot. I mean, it's not really a romance plot. It's just kind of like, yo, what if I sprinkled in some of these details, right? Because doing a romance plot is complicated. You know, like, you can't do a romance plot without it being super cheesy if you don't do it subtle. So you have to kind of, like, you know, do it subtle, and doing it subtle means that you need a lot of, like, not pre-planning episodes before, so there's kind of a little bit of, some unpreparedness on that aspect. But yeah, I do actually like it. However, I think they're going about it in a relatively fair way. But anyways, we end up having ourselves the eliminated contestants, which end up being Bag. We need to ban YellowAngiru from saying the word threat. Okay. Can you stop? Why are you up for why are you getting eliminated? Well, you see, it's because you're a threat. You know that meme where it's like you get this, you get that, everybody gets it. It's like you're a threat, everybody's a threat. In this show, you are a threat. Okay, that is the new discovery. You are 100% a threat in this show all of the time. It's just true. The lighting here is pretty dim. It seems like it was recorded on a nighttime. But either way, we end up having the eliminated contestants being none other than Bag and Glass Shard. So Glass Shard is in the rare set of characters that got both the prize and eliminated in Object Show history. It's not something that happens very often, but yes, it is indeed what has happened here in this episode. So, that is intriguing. I have no idea how the voting is, because apparently the voting was on, like, a form, and then it broke, then it's comments again, but then it's not comments, but it's a form. There's a like and dislike form, right? Because not the YouTube videos, so we're not doing the BFDIA, so not 100% sure, but either way, we have those two characters getting eliminated, and then we end up having the challenge, which is Flipnote. Yes, Flipnote. So on our brand new console release, the 3DS. I know, right? Crazy. We had a DSi, but now we don't have a DSi anymore. We have a 3DS. But yes, on this 3DS, we have Flipnote Studio, whatever the game is called. And the challenge is utilize Flipnote Studio to create a video in about 5 minutes. In about 10 minutes. You have time to create any piece of content that you wish, and then Gold Ingot will judge it with input from Mr. Hand as well. You know what I'm thinking? What are they gonna do with Mr. Hand? You know, what are they gonna do with Mr. Hand? Is Mr. Hand making it to take two? It'd be really funny. If Mr. Hand does not appear in Paper Puppets Take Two, I will be disappointed. Okay, it would be cool. Okay, I think it'd be interesting to have Mr. Hand have some type of a press. You know, like, it's kind of like a logistical challenge. Like, it'd be intriguing to see it done. Ambulance in the background. But yeah, it'd be intriguing to see it do that. But either way, we end up having the challenge to make a flip note. So yep, on the 3DS, look at that original 3DS design. Poor original 3DS. Then we end up having themselves split into pairs for this challenge. So Gong and Toothbrush go together. They're making an animation by saying that he's amazing. Melon, for some reason, wants to make the Melon's idea is to make the animation of Gold Ingot blowing a raspberry, going, and then, like, that's it. What? Melon, you are actually trolling. I'm telling you, bro. Melon is trolling. I don't know how Melon is still in this show, bro. How is Melon in this show? Melon is active. Melon is out here being a team leader that never led. Then is out here actively throwing for a character like Bab. Being like, oh, no, let's stay together. It's better. Trust. And then in this challenge, this is throwing level of ideas. It cannot be possible for somebody to have this type of idea. It did what? Just like, what does it mean? Huh? How? You know, this is not, whatever. But either way, you end up doing that, and then the last team, which is Flashlight and Fridge, ends up deciding to do a fad. Yes, a fad. Well, what is a fad? Every object show apparently has a fad. What? Hold on. In the object show community always has fads, like it. Wait a minute. Hold on. Always has fads, like like very hot, and plus I'm gonna be starring in one soon. What is that? I'm sorry, what is a fad? This has been lost to time, alright? Look, I don't know what this is. What? It's because I know of a map. A map is when, like you have a reanimation about a bunch of people, right? But like a fad? What? Huh? I have never heard of that in my life. That is a new fit. If anybody's listening, if you're listening to this, I don't know how you're here, but like, if you're listening to this, let me know what is a fad. Okay, I'm like 2018 new gen. All right, I didn't know any of these pre-20. I'm like a middle gen. No, I feel like 2018 is not new gen. I'm a middle gen. I'm like a 50% gen. That's we need to do that. Like, I don't know what the oldies were doing. I don't know what those, but I don't know what we were doing back in my day. Object shows used to be paper. And all right, whatever. What are we on? We end up having ourselves the 10 minutes end up being up, and then we end up doing the results. So we start off with the gone. Apparently we end up having a leak live in the recording of Tsose, which is the smallest object show ever. Is this a thing that ever released? I wonder. I have no idea, but we do seem to see it, so that's intriguing. A bit of a spoiler. And then we end up having the big one, which is okay, say, I'm amazing. And then, yep, it's alright, they gave it a 6. I mean, consider you only have 10 minutes to do it. You could do more, but consider their paper. I would give it a 5. Yeah, I wouldn't give it too much. 5 is a pretty half line. Then it's the other one with the running animation. I think it's a bit more fun, but it's not like that much better, and it does have more frames to it. So maybe, I mean, again, for the limited amount of time, I would give it like a 7. Yeah, 7. Yeah, let's go 7. It wouldn't be an exaggerated level. And then the last team, which is the Melon Shuriken team, end up performing a completely botched sketch. I mean, I don't know. They thought it pretty quickly. I don't know why they're doing what they're trolling. These two are trolling, bro. I guess a 2 for me, bro. It was not elite. But yet again, I do enjoy this challenge idea. Again, when you are doing an IRL, I always enjoy when an episode takes advantage of the scenario that we're in with the props that we have in the house, the sets that we have in the house, and taking advantage of those to create a unique environment. We have Flipnote on the 3DS. Let's utilize it to make a challenge. It's unique. It's a challenge that can only exist because we looked at the resources that we had and was like, let's combine A with B to make C, right? Like, all of these are details, and I like it. Again, it encourages creativity. IRL plus shows and the paper shows, they encourage creativity like this. It's intriguing, and I think this is another example of it. So I'm actually rather enjoying of this episode. And the nice thing about this episode is that even though, its length is something, we can tell that we're worried that every episode will end up short, even though every episode ends up actually quite long. We end up having, like, the situation where, like, bro, I lost the train of thought. No, the train, I missed the train. How could this be? How could this happen to me? I'm trolling. I am trolling. I'm being the melon. You think I'm going to give good analysis? You thought I was going to give good analysis? But, yeah, either way, we eventually end up going over to the last rejoin. Everybody gets mentioned in a piece of paper. We're still in the big 14 having needing to describe characters, and then having YellowAngiru realize in real time when trying to give a descriptor for the character that they have no fucking idea what the character's personality is. So then they're going, the toothbrush that they said in the other episode. There's like nothing interesting about it. Like, it's Chainsaw the Sharp One. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see who's rejoining. Back then, it was always the first out rejoins. However, we did have the first out already, and they left. So, next up in the chopping order is Brick. So let's see, Brick is gonna rejoin. In episode 16, it seems about right. We end up using the paper. I'm a bit surprised. The Box of Doom gets very little screen time in this episode. To be honest, like I'm kind of surprised at that. But yeah, that is episode 15 of Paper Puppets. We are getting there very slowly, but we're getting there. It is now time for episode 16, which is titled A Rough Time. Woof woof, go! Okay, that is episode 16 of Paper Puppets, a rough time. So, yeah, I like how we're just not bothered anymore, now I'm devoting when I feel like it. The next episode will release when I feel like it. I'm not doing any of that stuff anymore, I'm just doing it. But yeah, we end up having Gold Ingot finally getting a reprint. Thank the Lord. This was so necessary. I was getting tired of seeing my G Gold Ingot keep getting left hanging with like a piece of the head gone while we out here flushing people down in toilets. Like it wasn't right. But yeah, that's interesting because it's a collab episode with GGD. Well, I'm not actually sure what the name of the show is, but it's by FriesFan7844. Now, of course, I'm very curious because how is does that show even exist? What happened to that show? Let's see, FriesFan7844. Yeah, they seem to have disappeared. What happened to them? I don't know. There's like a video. 3 years ago, Legacy of FriesFan7844. What is this? Is this a video? Is this a good video? Bad object shows, check. Rigging votes, check. Enjoys fries, check. Okay, so I don't think FriesFan7844 has a very good legacy in this world. But yeah, Wodo3, Wodo the objects. Okay, alright. Well, sometimes you gotta cross, interesting paths are crossed, alright? Like, I did not know that, I do not currently plan on watching a FriesFan7844 show, so, maybe I don't believe that this is a creator that we'll encounter in the Catchup again, but yeah, so we end up having a collaboration with them, but first we end up having, the logistical aspect of the elimination. So Melon and Shuriken are the only two people that were up for elimination last time, as their Flipnote video was bad. The eliminated contestants have to vote on them, and the 12 of them, one of them rejects, so 11 of them vote, and eventually ends up as a very close 6-5 split, where eventually Shuriken ends up getting eliminated. This is unfortunate. Melon is just getting through shit. It's unbelievable. We need to ask again. Like one thing, which one thing which YellowAngiru from 2014 could not do at all is describe characters, dude. Like. They could not do it anyways. Like, Melon is the kind of fan favorite and a little bit of a fan favorite, but people didn't really like you that much. What does that mean? And then, however, Shuriken Lloyd's game, and then late in the game, that was unfair, and they're both kind of hated. What? What does any of that mean? So you're kind of a fan favorite. However, you're kind of disliked because you didn't do that much, and then you were kind of hated. What? That does not make sense, mate. What does that mean, bro? But eventually Shuriken ends up getting eliminated. Unfortunate. One of the two winner contenders that I said a couple episodes ago is officially gone. So unfortunate, man. Melon is just undeserved. I'm telling you, Melon does not deserve to be here. Melon did like everybody else here, they're either like a rejoiner or like they're just, Melon's just uneventful. Melon's just mediocre, like there's really nothing striving in for Melon. Now we end up having then the rejoin vote. Break doesn't join, so it doesn't work twice, I guess. But Pan ends up rejoining. Deserved. Yes, one of the top characters to rejoin. I would say quite a big fan of that decision. They get the resolution of what they say to Bag. They say that they really, really like utopian trees. Yes, not you as in Bag. There is no shipping material this time because utopian trees. Yes, love those. Cool, bro. But either way, we eventually have them rejoin, and then we end up, calling out for a character named Brent. Or no, a character named Brent, a viewer named Brent, which apparently was like, please put my name in the show. And remember when that worked? Remember when, remember all the shows back in the day when they were like, put my name in the show, and they're like, sure. It was like, dude, I'm telling kids, I'm not saying that we don't do that nowadays. It's just like kids, when they make objects, they just go with it, Like, it's like, they just roll with it, They look at the comments and go like, sure. Like, could you add my character could you mention my name? It's like, yeah, sure, I could do that. Nowadays, of course, there's a bit more of an air of professionalism. Right? But, like, in general, I would say that we have a pretty interesting situation. But alright, we end up eventually jumping over. Pan rejoins. Pan is now the new beneficiary of paper that is ripped up too much and definitely needs a respawn. I mean, like, Pan has needed it for a while. There's like a dead pixel on the asset for whatever reason that's just constantly been there. There's the paper is ripped, so part of the side of the pan is gone. You cannot see it. I don't know. What is these standards or not, right? I mean, come on, printer. I need the gods over at HP or whatever. You gotta, like, please, your inkjet 3000 needs to work better for YellowAngiru from 2014. Come on now, lock in. But whatever, bro. We end up having eventually the piece of paper that ends up being called George. Yeah, we're really trying to settle in Pan's Pan's like properness as kind of like, well, as the show would call it, a derpy character. Nowadays I just call it a goofy character, right? Really tries to settle in as a goofy character, being like there, not really getting social context clues that much, naming the paper, just being kind of over, like, giddy a lot of the time, playing with a sound machine, bro. Then that over time, of course, they play with the ball machine to make the answer for the trivia, right? For the yes or no, right? Like, all this stuff, like, really doing that. However, I will say that does make a very recognizable character. That does make a very recognizable character, and I believe it makes one of the strongest characters still. Because I think that, like, I know that this show calls everybody a threat. Every atom under the sun is a threat, according to this show. But, like, I will say that Pan is a threat. A Pan is a threat, in my opinion, because, yeah, they make Pan goofy, but the thing about making Pan this goofy is that by having a clearly defined personality, right, by having, like, a clearly defined ideology with this character, this means that we're going to think within that ideology, which is going to allow for more creative challenge solutions than your average Joe Schmo, which means that Pan is going to do challenges in a more creative way, and doing challenges in a more creative way, you want it to work because you want it to be effective, right? you want the creativity to go to good use. You want it to be rewarded for creatively, because like it's when you're formulating it, right? Like when you're formulating it, you're undergoing like, yo, I just came up with a cool thing, but you don't want the cool thing to not work now that you come up with it, right? So you gotta come up with it and then kind of go like, yes, this is the one, right? So all this is solid, all this is good. And I think that Pan is a big competitor because of that, but we're gonna need to see, of course. But yes, the challenge is we get a call from the host of Frantics, which is apparently Face, the host of Woto or War of the Object or whatever. But either way, we need to get the giant green dog back, or GGD, yeah, that's what that means. The giant green dog back from the show that's apparently bad in Riggs votes. And laugh, you gotta do what you gotta do. But apparently they've been flung to the Paper Puppets universe because you could do that. I hate it when I accidentally fling my character across a multi-dimensional portal into a piece of paper. That happens. That happens to me way too often. Happens to me all the time. It's just god dang it. But either way, we end up having the challenge go there. Panick's excuse from this challenge because they joined, I guess. So I guess that's fair. They play with the sound machine. I do like the gag that they make with the sound machine. If sometimes Pan just plays the sound and then they tell them to shut up, which is fair. We told Post-it Note to shut up again in this episode. Post-it Note, nah, man. I'm a Post-it Note defender, bro. Like, I don't like we're treating Post-it Note wrong. If I don't see a Paper Puppets take to give Post-it Note a redemption arc, I'm gonna be upset. Like, Post-it Note deserves it, bro. Post-it Note deserves it. Like, they're out here being a nerdy ass character that everybody dislikes for no reason, despite them just wanting to say interesting things. We have banned interesting thoughts because of this. Come on, bro. Do it. Yeah, no. It's like, nah. Something should have been done. But either way, the character proceeds to go over, and then Melon and Fridge end up having a great idea. Let's use a bone to attract the dog. This ends up working. Now, this causes for an interesting debate, right? The objects are paper, but we are the objects that the characters have also paper? Because this is the first episode to actually do that. You'll notice the cell phone was drawn on a piece of paper, the bone is drawn on a piece of paper, whereas historically every single time, with every single object that we've mentioned, right, we have directly grabbed a real life equivalent. When we needed a pen, we didn't draw a pen, we had a pen literally right there. Same thing goes for the Christmas lights, where there's something sharp, there was a real knife, right? None of it was in paper form. So this bone and this cell phone stick out as the only cases so far of items being utilized as a depiction of them rather than the real item. Because you could have done it. It would have lined up with how the show is, right? In the same way that they use a DS or they use a computer, right? They could use a phone, right? Like, they could just literally have a phone there, and then you answer the phone. However, no, we don't seem to do that this time, which is intriguing. I mean, for the bone, I get it. Because I don't have a bone ready, but like I don't have a bone on me at all times. Do you have a bone on you at all times? Like, it's kind of a rare prop, but a phone, I feel like you would have it. I will wait. The great green dog, whatever it's called, the giant green dog, successfully ends up finding the bone. I will admit, I'm not sure if I'm too convinced by this, bro. Okay, so giant green dog, right? Alright, I'm not feeling the giant. Not very giant. Gone quite a bit bigger. So I'm not feeling the giant. I'm not feeling the green. There ain't no green, bro. There ain't zero traces of the color green present right there in that asset. And it's not like, and then don't come at me with the, oh yeah, but it fits with the style. No. You had crayons. The first drawn assets of the characters back in episode 1 to 3, those had color. You had crayon, couldn't get green crayon. Come on now. What the hell? But eventually they end up getting caught by Melon and Fridge, which end up being safe. So they're safe alongside Pan, which puts everybody else up for elimination. One of the first few times that Melon had a decent idea, I guess. But like, in general, yeah, I'm still not a believer here in the Melon gang, but it's one of the first few times that Melon did it. You know, Melon, the famous, kind of a fan favorite, but also kind of disliked by people, but also kind of hated. You know, all of the three things at once. You know, Melon and Glass Shark, they're truly a revolutionary of our generation. They managed to do that, but we have the lifestyle dislike system again with the three people remaining, which are gonna be flashlight, gong, toothbrush, and that's it, right? Yeah. Who's getting out? I'm not feeling. It's not. I don't think it's looking good for gong, bro. I don't think it's looking good for Gone, bro. I feel like people don't really care that much, but maybe I don't really know how the 2014 voters were really feeling about these characters. I mean, Tuber didn't do much of anything, right? So is it time for them to go? I don't know, but we're gonna need to see. In due time. But yeah, an interesting time capsule. You know, it is a important detail to remember also that even though we are celebrating, of course, a lot of the olden shows that still are with us today, or that the creators have risen up to do great things. I think that this is a nice reminder to just say that it wasn't all sunshine and rainbows back in the day, right? It wasn't all sunshine and rainbows. Not every creator from back in the day is still active, and not every creator from back in the day made an impact. Not every creator from back in the day made good shows, and not every creator from back in the day was a good person. So yeah, just keep that in mind, and you'll be good. Okay, it's now time to head to episode 17, which is titled Power to the Point. Go. Okay, so that is episode 17 of Paper Puppets. Power to the point. Whoa. That is interesting. So the first thing that sticks out to me, of course, right from the first frame, Screencast-O-Matic, man. Dude, that's crazy. That is insane. Like, I will be honest, I've been on the internet for a while, I've been on the internet for a while, even 2016, 2017, right, I was on the internet. However, man, I genuinely cannot even imagine a universe before OBS. The world of before OBS exists. It is not fathomable that OBS is a late 2014 program. OBS in its current state doesn't exist yet. So you have to use Screencast-O-Matic. It's kind of crazy. There wasn't a good screen recording software that existed back in the day. That's why we use this stuff with watermarks that end up being important, right? And it's really interesting, and of course it's what has suffered for mobile for many years after, until eventually it just became a built-in feature of phones. But in general, it's really intriguing how screen capture software was very behind the pack in a lot of cases. But yeah, anyways, we end up jumping ourselves into the next episode. Due to budget cuts, the episode will be animated instead of puppets. How is that a budget cut? You just said in the first episode of Paper Puppets, you say that since YellowAngiru cannot animate, we're using puppets, which implies that the preferred method is animation rather than puppets. So yeah, this now suffers in a little bit of an interesting situation, because it's now capable of pulling it off. You could tell it's been a year, right? You can tell it's been a year. The development is there, the growth is starting to be there, right? For the possibility of YellowAngiru slowly starting to learn how to animate, and it's really fun to see, man. This is just cute. It's just cool, and it's not bad. These assets are rather solid. I don't know about the toothbrush, but like especially the gong asset. I think the gong asset really stands out. It's a really good asset. It actually manages to be pretty solid. It's animated pretty alright. Again, it's a PowerPoint show. Before the PowerPoint show, it ends up being pretty solid, right? The episode is faster, which makes it, of course, not quite aligned. But everything, it's relatively punchy, and it's all solid. When I'm seeing when the coin rolls around there at the end, it's all relatively solid, and it's interesting. However, of course, it probably does bring up a sort of situation in the era, right, where it's like, okay, yeah, however, one of the identities of paper puppets is the paper puppet, right? Like that's one of the details about it that has always kind of I've imagined this probably a little bit of a complication for the show because its name is directly correlated to its format, right? Well, like paper puppets, you're supposed to be paper and puppets, right? So like when you take it out of animation, then it just becomes a gibberish name, right? And in a way, when I see Paper Puppets Take Two, my presumption is that the name will have no meaning. Then the name will just be a relic, right? The name Paper Puppets, I don't know if it's gonna earn a new meaning, but I really doubt it will, right? Like, I kind of just feeling that the name ends up being a relic for the sake of, the fact that it has to continue like that. But the fact it is called Paper Puppets entirely because of the format that it was on. But, like, when you switch out of it, it ends up being really interesting. But, yeah. And then the other thing that ends up standing out on this elimination is, what the fuck is this bias? So, Gong gets the prize. The prize is an immunity token. When did those come back? Random token come back, guys. Okay, tokens are back. Immunity token. Then Gong gets eliminated, and the reason is directly because, like you say, the reason because people don't like Ruff. Okay, even back in 2014, people didn't like Ruff. Okay, that I didn't know. I didn't know that even back in 2014, people did not like Fry Fan. Okay, so people don't even like Fry Fan because, like, yeah, well, I like Fresh Fan. I like it, my friend. So then you proceed to allow Gong, after discovering that they've been eliminated, to use the immunity token, and then it's nice. No, you can't do that. That's why you asked before. You asked before because after the asking window, there is no more window. Oh my god. That is... But no, that is insane. I have but then of course, then in the challenge to have Gone not get eliminated, next time we have Gone win the fuck ass challenge. Oh my god. Flash Eye was eliminated. My winning contenders are officially gone back to back. Pan is the only one that remains. Which I think is a threat, as quote unquote. Even though I'm telling, dude, this show, I hate the word threat now. I will never use the word threat ever again after listening to this show. Say any character with a pulse is a threat. You don't vote people because they're a threat. You vote people because they're bad. It's the exact opposite reason. What the fuck, man? I don't know. But yeah, I will say, it is really intriguing that, like, Fries Fan was hated, but we just straight up boldly saying the show, well, Fries Fan's hated. I disagree. I disagree. Like, it's bold. It was bold of 2014 YellowAngiru to do that. They're probably wrong. But like they were, they probably were on the wrong side of history there. But like it's interesting. But yeah, overall, I will be interested to see if they stick around. A lot of votes this time, actually, like 98. Apparently, something cool will happen if we get 100 votes, which means that there will be a fourth rejoin. No, hopefully not. But yeah, everybody else is up for elimination. Who's getting out? No idea. They pretty much don't do anything. Pan, I think Pan's gone. No, maybe not. No, could they just rejoin? Fridge. I say Fridge is going. Fridge has been kind of led by Melon the last few episodes. This episode doesn't really do much of anything. We'll say Fridge is going. Let's say that. But we'll see. Probably because they're much of a threat. Alright. What's next? Episode 18, which is titled Birthday Bash. Go. Okay, it is the dead of night of day 2 of 3 of a Paper Puppet Season 1. Holy fuck. It is this show. It's just kind of like, you don't realize how long it is, but then you just kind of, time passes and then it passes and then it passes, then it passes, and it just kind of, it just keeps going and going and going and going. It's like, okay, then, we have ourselves the elimination. Now, one thing that stands out immediately on this video is that as what I think is the longest, or at least tied longest episode, it might be the episode with the lowest quality. This is... Ooh. This quality is atrocious. I mean, what in the world? Because, like, it's a 240p, which we've seen before, right? It's a 240p which we've seen before. However, this is a 240p in dim lighting, which means it is over. Because at least the thing about the other 240p is that it was 240p at least with like a light on, or on the daytime, right? But like when there's no like direct source of light, right? When it's dim, that means that these lower quality settings, they struggle, and you can see, man, the struggle that's going on in this camera is crazy. And that is unbelievable to me, at least. Like, how is this a problem? I don't know. Like, how has this not gotten better? I feel like even in 2013, 2014, I feel like we would have been able to have a consistent quality rendering. Like, surely, right? But I guess not. I don't know, but like, I don't know. That has me like majorly shook though, cause like I don't get it, to be honest. Like, that's just like, that's kind of weird. But either way, we proceed to have them do the elimination, where before the elimination is actually something important, because YellowAngiru is real. Yes, there was a little bit of a question. There was a little bit of a question. How would YellowAngiru be represented? They're represented by this like yellow duckish Funko Pop that is there, and it is apparently their birthday. They somehow don't remember it's their own birthday. They check on the computer. Is it my birthday today? Okay, bro. But yeah, they end up calling up Golding and be like, it's my birthday. You forget? Oh my god. But either way, YellowAngiru decides that they're going to take over the show for a day because they want to do a birthday themed challenge. So they decide, okay, you host the elimination, I'll home by, and then we'll do, and then YellowAngiru will do the challenge. All right. So, yeah, YellowAngiru is interesting, and in general, I do think that it makes for an intriguing situation. Ever since the first line of the first episode, this show has cemented itself as one show that is meta, right? A show that directly acknowledges the factoid that it has an external creator, right? In the way that the recommenders that we know, like, the character recommenders are directly their creators, and they are people in the universe. Same thing goes for YellowAngiru, the creator of the show, right? Which is really interesting. Like we mentioned, they're like, oh, Fries Fan's the creator. But hey, Fries Fan gets name dropped in this episode, I think 3 to 4 times. Bro. Look. We cannot be like this level fan, okay? Like, I get that Fries Fan, your homie or whatever, the guy that makes the bad show that steals votes or whatever. Like, I get that, I get that. But like, bro, do we need to name drop him this much in every episode? I don't think you do. Like, to be honest, TBH, I don't really think you do. But like, all right, we end up having the elimination, where the eliminated contestant, after the 122 votes, let's go. I don't think we showed anything special, right? Something special happened in that episode? What is the, YellowAngiru, I guess, is special, right? So, like, the thing about it, no, the reason why I'm saying it is because it doesn't feel unique. It doesn't feel special in the sense where it feels like something that was done because of the 100 votes, right? It feels special because of it, the birthday, right? So it feels like the reasoning is external, right? But either way, we end up having the elimination, and a couple of things, interesting things happens here. Well, the main one that happens is, of course, Toothbrush ends up getting eliminated with one more vote than Pan. And the thingy that happens is that Gong eventually, after having a super heartfelt moment with Toothbrush about being my only real friend, you know, my only good friend, ends up deciding to volunteer. Then volunteering, being like, I volunteer to get eliminated, right? Because you said words and I know how much you feel it and you are my one true friend, so this is what I can do for you, because I'm a debut and I don't win anyways, because that's object show folklore. So fair enough. But you see, I think to me this counts as just simply fixing, atoning for your sins. Okay, that's the best way that I would describe what this is, because like we end up having, in the last episode, we create a bullshit ass token that we use at a bullshit ass time to defend this bullshit ass character who got the most votes, because they were made by the bullshit ass recommender that is your friend, apparently. So this episode, you can tell that like we don't have prizes, like there's no type of consistently, right? Like that prize was elite for absolutely no apparent reason, because the prize this time is freaking air. Right, so like despite that, that's like a thing that is a situation, right? Because like, man, it feels like any other episode that Gong would have said realistically it would have been an episode indebted, to be honest, because it would not have been good. It would not have been correct to really keep them around for that long. So yeah, I gotta admit that it's kind of rough, right? It's kind of rough around here. But yeah, Gong has officially been eliminated. They joined the locker loose. No. You can tell it's late night. They joined the White Box of Doom, and Mr. Hand proceeds to take them away. And then, yet again, we end up speedrunning. We have a 15-minute limit. Okay, so here's the thing. As far as I'm aware, what I'm presuming is happening, because we do mention this quite a few times, right? Because, like, I'm looking at it, it's like, okay, why is no episode of 15 minutes? I believe, if you remember, it's because of the YouTube limit, man. The YouTube limit. I don't know when this was removed, but, like, I do know that, of course, well, no, because the YouTube limit still exists. So, basically, if you don't know, the YouTube limit is that if your channel's not verified, you cannot upload a video longer than 15 minutes to the YouTube platform, which is why I think that we're rushing a lot in Paper Puppets. Like, not necessarily rushing, but like when you reach that final minute or two, like we never do a long challenge with a long intro. It always has to be that time frame. It's nice in a way because it's forcing each episode to be paced roughly the same, right? So it's a little bit of a blessing in disguise, actually, in my opinion, because I think a Paper Puppet episode without that limitation would easily go 25 minutes, and then it would kind of be boring, right? So this forced limitation does, I think, actually help the show. But it's really intriguing, like, what is going on? Why? Right? And I think it's because of that YouTube limitation. Now, look, I don't know if YellowAngiru just was not allowed to verify it, like, not allowed to verify the YouTube channel, because I think that's how it was historically, because, I mean, like, there was definitely the capability of uploading long videos at the time. I mean, Let's Players right here uploading hour-long Minecraft Let's Plays around this time frame, right? So it's like, something's up, like, there's no way that the video limitation is actually set at 15 minutes. I mean, thumbnails, we have no idea if these thumbnails are in any way accurate. Like, we have no idea from when these thumbnails are, because, I mean, the presumption is that these, especially because they're designed for the thumbnails, are directly different assets than the ones that we see the characters having as of the show's time frame. We would presume that therefore these thumbnails have been added on at a later date, because this is something that happens a lot even with nearly every olden show that has some sort of modernized presence. You'll notice that they always get a refreshed thumbnail to look more like the new episodes, to I guess sort of give that false interpretation, they're like, hey, I know that the episode you're going to watch isn't going to be this, but this is the thumbnail about what it currently looks like, so you know what you're getting into, right? In the sense of like what you're working towards by watching this lower quality episode, right? And this is something that nearly all of them do, and and Paper Puppets is no exception. I mean, of course, the freaking assets are animated compared to the non-animation of Paper Puppets, right? So it ends up making this intriguing little scenario that I think is pretty unique here, this 15-minute time limit. But honestly, yeah, I think it's pretty solid. We have seen, I think, one other show in the Catchup history suffer from this. It was that one show with everybody going to like college. I don't remember what show it was, but it was like that episode had like a 50-minute time. It was like insane, because like a modern show having that is crazy. But either way, we end up heading ourselves into the challenge, where the final the final four ends up having the challenge being by YellowAngiru, which is to get them a present for their birthday, of course. The prize is that Melon will get that one of YellowAngiru's favorite categories, which is electronics, ends up getting banned for everybody else except for Melon. So Melon, knowing that YellowAngiru's favorite category is electronics, can go look for electronics, and there will be no competition in this field, right? Which makes it a very strong competitor for this field, and that is a good prize. that is a good prize, to be fair, there for Melon, and Melon of course uses it to win the challenge. One interesting things that we see in this episode, for some reason we had too many erasers in the baggers. Like everything is an eraser. We have an eraser desk, an eraser phone, an eraser computer, or whatever, right? So now, representations of phones in the Paper Puppets universe have been relatively varied, right? But I see that we have ourselves a we had ourselves a drawn phone and a piece of paper. We had ourselves an eraser. All of this stuff's active. For some reason, it seems like even though we have a lot of very weird like sets, like items that we have in rotation. However, it seems as if a phone is not one of them. We just do not have a second phone. All right, we do not have a second phone that we can use for prop, because multiple times we've been asked, we've had to improvise with something else. Like the fellas will just not pick up a real ass phone. So all right, then fine. After the situation is done, we end up having the judging process, where first one gets gum. YellowAngiru rates a 6 out of 10 because it's good, but sometimes it gets stuck, so it's a little bit annoying. I personally like gum as a gift if you consider that there's not a lot of time on the clock, right? You only had about 10 minutes. I'll be like, yo, let's get something let's get something easy. I would give it a 7, I would say. It's a relatively basic gift, but it's overall going to be nice for nearly everybody, and it's going to be solid. Then the second one is a radio, electronics, so disqualified. Unfortunate. It's not solar powered. You can maybe make an argument that like it's antenna, but the overall, at the end of the day, it is an electronic. So yeah, that radio does get, by the rule set of the challenge, pan disqualified there. A bit unfortunate. It would have been quite an interesting gift if it was not banned preemptively, but in this case, Pan did throw the challenge, and I'm not gonna lie, it's looking like Pan's gonna bite the dust here in the next episode. I'm not feeling too confident. Then we end up having the third fella, which gets them a rubber band. Who even? I don't even know who gets it. And they're getting a rubber band with who? Toothbrush. And they're getting a rubber band with no bullying on it, and then YellowAngiru gives it a boring 4, because okay, cool, but not my thing, I'm currently not in the space of getting bullied, so okay, fair enough. I guess YellowAngiru does not care too much because they do not get bullied at school. This is what we discovered today. So that because of this, we do not care about the no bullying bracelet. I think the bracelet is okay, but yeah, it's not really a prize that you're going to be able to do too much with. and overall it's a really cheap price, right? But again, with little time limit, I do agree on a 4 there on this one, so that makes sense. And then eventually we end up having an iPad, yes, that Melon ends up finding and clutching up and giving. Now, of course, this would probably in the real life get a 0 out of 10, because this would be, since we're in YellowAngiru's set, right? It's YellowAngiru's house, so we're just giving YellowAngiru's tablet to YellowAngiru, right? This isn't a new tablet, like, you know, like, basically, if it was new, it would arrive in a box, is what I'm trying to say, right? Like, if we didn't quite commit enough to freaking find the box we purchased the iPad in and put the iPad in it, right? But, you know, but, it's like fair enough, I guess, that it wins, and yeah, good stuff. Then apparently there will be a bit of season 2 reviewed if we get 200 votes. Well, I'm not sure if we're gonna get 200 votes, but I mean, so far nearly every goal has managed to get achieved. So yeah, a bit of season 2. Out of curiosity, when did Take-Two start? Take-Two started 10 years ago, so it is kind of relatively possible that we would have had a bit of it previewed. Maybe. I mean, I have no idea. We'll need to see. But Paper Plus Take-Two is 10 years old. Whoa. Holy fuck. Okay, that's crazy. Wow, that is insane. Alright. Well, but me from tomorrow is gonna need to deal with the closing chapters of Paper Puppets, episode 19. Can you repeat the word? Go. Okay, that is episode 19 of Paper Puppets. So, what the hell is going on? I don't know. I'm telling you, bro. This episode, I'm not gonna lie, this might be it's the next day, by the way. This might be the most invested I've been in Paper Puppet, because I'm telling you, there is a legendary tier power struggle going on right here. What is this gong bias? This cannot be real. This cannot... We're trying to get Gong to win, dude. I don't know if it's intentional or not, but like, it's whatever. YellowAngiru for 2014 was, I don't know. Something's fishy. Something's fishy, dude. Something's up. What in the world? First of all, we begin. Make sure to make a reactive video. They will apparently like and comment YellowAngiru. Does that still apply? Does that deal still apply? Does this count? Is this a reaction video? Can we get a YellowAngiru comment down below, guys? Can we do it? Can we do it? Do you think we can pull it off? No, I don't think so. But yeah, we end up having a bit of video editing work. You see the text down there at the bottom. It also shows for the song at the end, which we'll talk about later. But yeah, it is certainly interesting. Yeah, can you repeat the word? It's interesting to see the video editing anywhere. It's also 720p, which is nice. It seems like we might have just renovated what editing program we are using, so we're taking a little bit more advantage of it in the long run. But okay, what ends up happening, all right, is that in the comment section we end up having a comment, okay, and what this is so stupid. So we end up having freaking, for some reason we read out this comment, alright? We read out this comment, and we say, this was my favorite answer, and it's like, make Gong get eliminated, and then, no, make Gong rejoin, and let Toothbrush be eliminated, okay? And it's like, wait a minute. Your favorite? Are you just, what is this omega excuse to make Gong rejoin? That there possibly we just took a random comment. FriesFan7844, look at that, in the comment, responding to it, by the way, I see it right there. Nah, man, the Fries fan bias is real. Paper Puppets is in a power struggle with Fries fan 7844. I'm telling you. By the way, in an unrelated note, dude, the old YouTube layout, holy, it looks so different. I'm gonna be honest. I don't think it looks better. I don't think old YouTube's better. I'm gonna be 100% for real. Maybe it's a controversial day. There's certain elements of it, like I think the old YouTube logo had more personality and stuff. But like in general, I think that YouTube UI has overall improved, absolutely. But anyways, we end up having the idea that Gong rejoins and eliminates Toothbrush. Okay, here's the deal. Gong did not get eliminated because of the exploit in the other challenge, right? You know, despite the exploit of the random ass immunity token, Gong didn't get eliminated as an attraction of that, right? Gong got eliminated because of themselves. They literally were like, I volunteer to be eliminated. So, if a bitch ass random ass YouTube comment is telling you to make Gong rejoin, what does Gong give a shit? Because the reason Gong is eliminated because they protested and were like, no, Toothbrush should join. So just because they, like, it's not like they didn't have the right to stay in the game. They had the right to stay in the game and gave it up. So now they continue to have the right to stay in the game, but this time they won't give it up to and will allow Toothbrush to get eliminated. It just makes the exact same situation as the one in the last episode where Toothbrush was getting eliminated and then Gong was safe. Now we're in the exact same situation, but Gong doesn't give it up. What the fuck changed? Right? This is unbelievable. I know, I'm judging too harsh, but like it's actually crazy. I'm telling you, I don't know. Look, I don't know what Drama Fries fan was in back in the day, but I'm telling you, something's up. Something's up, dude. Something is majorly up right here, right now. But either way, Toothbrush gets eliminated and Gong is here, and with that we end up having all boys. I will be honest, Melon being a boy surprises me. Everybody else is fair. That does surprise me a little bit. But either way, we end up heading ourselves into the spelling bee. Yes, spelling bee. In the meantime, we end up having ourselves the words which are ranged from easy, normal, and difficult. This doesn't matter. I like how we get an accurate description, how he lists how he organized the words down there on whatever notepad bro has, as if it doesn't work. Also, we get an official confirmation from a little one-liner about restarting the music, that this the music feels like it's on speaker because it is on speaker. It's playing off of the computer. That makes sense now. It's playing off of the computer because we saw it pause, so it was looping in the background. So that's actually a really, really interesting. That's cool. Again, I'm very surprised that the audio remains as crisp as it does for both the audio and it is. Like, whatever phone or thing that was using has a pretty goated microphone. I mean, I'm telling you, not a lot of phones have microphones of this quality. Even nowadays, it's not that easy. Like, the microphone was very good. Like, I don't know what phone it was, but I don't know what mic it is, but it's still very good. Either way, we end up heading ourselves with the fellas that are spelling. They all make it past one round until eventually Cheese ends up not getting spelled by Pan properly. Unfortunate. But then we end up having friggin' Melon play it. But if you're curious, I did try to play along. It's very difficult to play along because they spell the words too quickly. I think I screwed up quarter. I'm gonna be 100% for real. I said an I corrected myself though. But you know, I didn't have time. You know, if it was by the rule set, you know, I would have been able. I would have been out, to be honest. But I wait. We end up having a Melon get out. They're not spelling marshmallow because it's with an A. Then we end up having Fridge and Gong make it. Now they end up having a battle, but before they have a battle, we end up having an ad. Do you want to kill Post? No, God damn it. God, how? Oh my god. Okay, I will be honest. This is a thing that plus shows do tend to suffer from. they suffer from a little bit of soap opera nature, right? What is soap opera nature? Basically, soap operas need to have 1 billion episodes, right? Because they have just so much screen time in general, because they need to air every single day. So that means that there's a lot of running a joke into the ground, just like, and plush videos, since in general, they end up being pretty long, and you gotta invent stuff that happens, right? In general, when we do have a thing going, we run that shit all the way to the ground, and you can tell because, like, certain elements or, like, certain sentences get used over and over, right? In this show, everything is called a threat, right? And, and then, like, this post-it being telling them shut up gag. Like, okay, it's a fine gag, but of course, we're on, like, the 15th episode of this gag, right? And it's still a thing. And it's like, okay, I get it. I get it at this point. I think it's completely unjustified. To be honest, it is completely unjustified. But that, post-it note is doing it. Because post-it note never even did anything that annoying. But it will. Eventually we end up having going fridge battle it out. Now I'm gonna be 100% wait. Well, give me. Okay, yeah. So sorry, I was just checking in something, right? So, Gong absolutely had the bias for this battle. It's unbelievable, right? Like, it's weird, because you'd think that if the bias was in his direction, he'd win, but Gong still loses. But the bias was so in his favor. He gets easier words. I mean, I don't even know what word. I would have definitely given up, but I would have definitely lost, honestly, at Fridge's word. What is a Rob Dignani? I have never heard of that word. I do not know what that is. But anyway, Free screws up. Then, unbelievably, Gong fucks up the word university, and his mark is correct. Which is insane. University. Yes, cool. Like, bro. But either way, they literally lose and survive. Cemetery. We're going to spell cemetery. They still they end up being passing, which you can't do. That allows for an extra chance to fuck up. It's unbelievable. But other than that, then yet again, unbelievably, the freaking Fridge proceeds to fuck up the word mustaches, which is not spelled with an O, by the way, so it's actually wrong. Fridge would have lost. However, they survive yet again, and then we end up needing to spell cemetery yet again. Now they can't get away from it. They fuck up, and then they still didn't lose because actually Fridge needs to spell it to win. They don't get out like the others. Okay, bro. And then Fridge thankfully spells it correctly and wins. But, dude, I don't know. This spelling bee would cause a havoc nationwide. These would be results that will get talked about all day long, bro. Unbelievable. But yeah, eventually we end up having ourselves the song at the end. Now, I know I do say that usually I try to cover a song, but yeah, I will be honest, I don't think I'm gonna do a cover of this one. I don't think I'm gonna do a cover of this one. I mean, it was Campfire, yo, na na na, na na, na na na. No, but yeah, we'll see. Gong, melon, or random pan. If the vote is yours, well, it can comment, like, or dislike down in the comment section below. Like, what? Yeah, cool. But, I mean, look, I appreciate trying out some new things. We're on episode 19. We're a year into this paper puppet shenanigan, so I don't mind it. But yeah, it's fun. It's fun in general. This episode, I'm telling you, there's some power struggle with Rice Fan, but other than that, episodes it's causing me drama though. It's just spicy drama. All right, episode 20, nearing it down. Go. Okay, that is episode 20 of Paper Puppets, and like, look, I'm gonna be honest with you. In certain ways, this show might be the greatest comedy I've ever seen. Dude, you're telling me that we end up, it's not even intentional, but it's so hilarious. We end up being like, I'm gonna sing a song, and then we'll go like Mr. Hannah hit it, and then you get to hear the fucking Fireflies instrumental, and then right as Fridge is about to start singing, it gets muted for copyright or whatever the hell it is. I tried searching it, but nobody gives a shit about Paper Puppets Season 1. So, like, I don't know if anybody... Dude, does anybody have... Again, I don't know if any soul is watching this part of this video. But if you know or have an archive of the audio of the Rejoiner song that Fridge sings, please let me know. I really want to hear. Dude, I was hyped for it. I was like, how were they gonna do it? If 10 million Rejoiners, say goodbye. Lit up the world as I fell asleep. I like to make myself believe that a rejoiner could win, that they could make it all the way to the final two. Yeah, you just gotta believe. Okay, that's my rendition, alright? That's my rendition, alright, of Rejoiners, the song that's been lost to time. But anyways, we end up having ourselves the elimination before we have the song, of course, as we mentioned. Yet again, dude, hold on, like, now I'm starting to get this weird belief, because it really is, the quality of the videos, depending on how long it is. This is a 14-minute video, and it's 360p. If it's nearing 15, it gets to 240. If it's 13, it's usually like 360. And then for those 11-minute episodes, it was 720p. So, like, in general, what is going on? That was 480, sorry, if it's like 13 minutes. So, like, did YouTube have a file size limit? Could you not upload a video over, like, a certain size or something? Because, like, that is confusing. There's no way. Like, no, generally, the rendering quality is 100% dependent on, the freaking video, like, on the length of the video, which is, like, so they're rendered differently. I wonder if that's on purpose. Like, I mean, it's gotta be on purpose, but, like, why? You know? Like, why? There's no way your computer does not have this much storage. I know they had less storage back in the day, but, like, bro, you didn't have, like, 50 additional megabyte, right? Like, there's no way. Because rendering a video, I mean, a 240p video is not large at all. So, like it's a small-ass file, even if it's a long video, right? So, I don't really know how the hell that's going on. But, whatever. Then, we end up having the final three, and we end up having the final four, and then we end up having the votes. So, the prize ends up getting won by Melon. Melon wins a 3DS pen. Shout out to that. You end up getting surprises with your Pokemon. We're sending them away. For the first time, we have a proper plush. I told you Paper Puppets was a plush show. We have this Magikarp or whatever. You're not a Magikarp. You're another fish Pokemon. But, like, you know, you end up coming in with yeah. You know, I told you, this is a plush show. This is compared to plush shows. It's got to do it. And then, after all, we end up having the eliminated contestant with 31.5 votes, because we just allow anything around here. Gong is eliminated. This is a cause for celebration. Let's go. Finally, the villain is gone. Gong is gone. Gong is over party. It is finally done. Fry's fan bias is no more. Watch it in the next episode. Next episode. These whoever the hell was in the post credits scene, I'm telling you about to steal this $1 million and give it to Gong. Like I don't know. Yes, something's up, dude. But either way, Gong ends up getting eliminated. This is legendary. Overdue. 17 episodes overdue. But then we end up having ourselves the challenge, which there is no challenge because there is no voting, because the eliminated contestants will be voting one final time, one final say. Like the third time they're going to do this. They voted for somebody to get eliminated. So we end up having the song, yes, of course. My door open just to try. Anyways, we end up going over to the eliminated contestants of the White Box of Doom, and yet again they end up being continuously very, very even. I don't know. They really don't give a shit. You can tell their preferences pretty much are they don't have one. But eventually it ends up being a tied preference with Melon is safe and makes it to the final two, and then Pan and Fridge are the final ones that are waiting after all of the voting. Everybody goes, hello, I want to vote you because you are mean. I want to vote you because you are a threat. I vote you because you weren't in my alliance and whatever, right? Whatever reasons are control. I vote you because you were mean. All of these great reasons that are truly so good. They're truly great. These characters are putting in their A game when giving reasons out here. Truly, the A of the A game. But Freddy and Panda left, and Gong ends up doing it. So we end up having Gong for some reason. Hold on, dude. I tell you, dude. Look. I say that YellowAngiru of 2014 was smart, and I do 100% believe that, but if there was one thing that YellowAngiru from 2014 could not do to save their life is give a reason to anything. They could not explain anything. It did not work. I'm sorry. So what? Let's read out Gong's reasoning here. I will not vote Melon because he stayed long in the entire game. He was a good team cat as well. Okay, sure. Fridge, you were rejoining in the game, but you did not have that much screen time. But Pan, you're random, which is kind of a threat. But it's also your fault I was eliminated. Not true. Not true. False information. You got out from yourself. If the viewers are the reason you got eliminated, there was no talking shit. Well, first of all, you volunteered to get eliminated. Then viewers said viewers vote you out. So that's not even true. Pat has nothing to do with any of that. It's just because Pat was second last. Like what? Not their fault. But whatever, because of this reasoning that makes 100% sense. Being random, that's a threat right there. Pat ends up getting eliminated, and they end up getting out. But you know what? In a way, this show is right. Okay, this show has been so obsessed with the concept of a threat, right? A proper obsessed with the concept of having a threat in there, right? Voting people out because it's a threat. People voting out because it's a threat. Contestant voting out because it's a threat. Contestant who's a threat, right? I'll take a shot every time somebody says threat in Paper Puppets. They'll be on the floor, right? So it's you end up doing so much that we did, honest to God, eliminate all of the threats, okay? And this means that after having eliminated all of the threats, you end up with an ass final two. Melon and Fridge. These are the two least interesting characters I've ever seen. There's nothing going for them, dude. There's nothing. They're average. They are like paper puppets, okay? A lot of characters, they get put in some creativity to them. Melon and Fridge are not one of They're just kind of nice guys who are like okay at challenges and are fine. You know, like the fact, like you can tell because their descriptors aren't anything. Fridge the rejoiner, okay, because they rejoined. It's cool. And then it's Melon the team leader, because they were leading a team in episode 1. They led the team in the first 3 episodes of the show. So since you led the first 3 episodes of the show, you're fine. I mean, it's unbelievable. It's unbelievable. But in a way, the show did eliminate every single threat that it could have, and it ends up being on these 2. Now, apparently, the viewers don't get to vote for the winner. The winner will be decided by a challenge. A brutal deadly challenge. Now, from the way that I've seen, I do think that if it was a vote, I think that Melon wins. I think that Melon would win with a vote. However, based on challenge performance, I do believe that Fridge, they're very similar. However, I would say that Fridge has been overall a bit better at challenges that Melon has. Melon is kind of like, Melon did okay at leading a team, I would say, on average, even though sometimes they were trolling. Like that Flipnote challenge, trolling. But like in other situations, they're finally leading the team. But doing shit themselves, not really. In that individual portion, right, before the duos were established, anything, like that individual portion, Melon disappeared, faded into obscurity, right? We even went into the bottom 4 of the points, right? Like the Melon was not there. But then, you know, they keep surviving. And then eventually we end up finding out teams again. So, like, yeah. Fridge, I think, on average, wins the challenge. So, I would predict Fridge to win. But overall, right, it's like, in general, we'll see. I mean, I think Melon would have more support, so that's kind of interesting. And we're still asking for comments down below, right? Because they want to see who wants to win. Now this could be a classic tactic, of course, make the winner who got the most votes, right? However, don't say it in votes tally. Do it in a challenge. That way, the viewers voted for the winner in secret, right? In a way, it's exactly the same. Like, you'll be like, no, shows don't do that. BFTA literally just did that, right? A little bit ago, you know. The votes eventually decided the winner. It was Fern, right? And then we made the final challenge work in a way where Fern won it, right? And it is possible that Paper Puppets might be doing the same thing. We'll need to see. But yeah, eventually there's somebody at the end who's coming in. Oh, I'm gonna steal $1 million. You know, they're doing a little bit of a dark edit. Too late. It's too late, mate. Yeah, I mean, one of the issues that this show suffers, as I've said, as with every Plus show or IRL show, is that since they're recorded way more on a whim, it means that doing long-running arcs like is really needed is something. Like, you can't hit me here at the second to last episode, right? It's like, you know, it's not the second to last episode, but as far as we know, right, in terms of back then, that it would be the second to last episode, right? So we can't just be out here getting a mysterious guy showing up for the first time there, you know? Like, they need to show up. Hey, if they showed up episode 18 or something, like, okay, sure, I'll allow it, right? But like, if you show them now, this doesn't work, man. It doesn't work, unfortunately. The hype is not, the aura is not there. But yeah, if you're curious, if you're wondering, right, like, hearing this is like, yo, why are you going so hard on this show? I mean, it's like, look, there's nothing better for me to do right now, you know? I'm here watching Paper Puppets. I might as well get invested into this Paper Puppet show, right? Like, there's not, what am I going to do? I don't want to dismiss it. I'm watching it. I'm going to give it the time of day. You know, I'm going to get into it. I'm into this, alright? I have worded my way into this show. I am here right now, and I'm debating the decisions as if it was a reality show. But overall, of course, I don't, you know, it's a show about 2014. But, you know, like kid, it's fine. I don't care, right? But like, overall, it's kind of, it's fun to, you know, be into it, even though it, of course, doesn't really matter. Episode 21, second to last one, is titled "Bring Back Memories." Go. Okay, that is episode 21 of Paper Puppets. We are getting there. We're getting there. Slowly but surely we're reaching out towards the end as we end up having ourselves the final two. So everybody has gotten a reprint, which is pretty fire. One little thing that I will say, I am mildly disappointed at the cutting, at the scissors that gets done, because I will say that one of the charms of the olden assets is just how kind of close we do cut it without chopping it up. But sometimes when it's just like a rectangle and then the character shape is completely different, I'm not like a big fan, but like either way, whatever, bro. Yeah, we get all the characters with renewed assets. Do they look better? The answer is yes in nearly every situation. The assets have been improved, which is rather nice. So, Melon and Fridge are going to face off in the final challenge. Now, what is the final challenge? Well, the final challenge is, of course, what every challenge in every object show turns out to be. Both in the past, it was a stereotype, it remains a stereotype. The final challenge is all of the previous challenges put together. Yes, exactly. This is it's just something that's stuck, you know? Like, there's been a lot, like, there were a lot of memes back then, and they've, like, I would say they're not true, but I think, like, the truth of that one of the final challenges is always a combination of all the previous contests. It is true, because, again, that test, it withstands the test of time, you know? BFDIE just did it, BFDIA has done it, right? Like, all these things, it's like, it's just a good idea, mate. It's just a great idea, and you know, it's been very rare to see an object show have a better one, because, like, in general, most object shows, they can understand that, like, that final challenge idea is absolutely stunning, and that they don't have a better one, right? Which means that most shows just allow it, you know, they just go like, okay, fine, I'll make it be a combination of all the previous content. It just makes sense, you know. It makes sense. It's fair. It's a good thing to do. And yeah. However, heading into this episode, it is rough. Yeah, this episode's kind of rough, I will admit. It's a bit unfortunate because, of course, it was supposed to be climactic ending gaming. However, this suffers from the same issue that the Christmas episode suffered from. There's a certain level where a challenge is too much, you know? You can tell. You really can. And this is giving itself a good go, right? It's doing a lot more cutting than the Christmas video did. However, it just remains complicated because it's such a complicated challenge, right? Like, you need to have so much ready for it, because you need to have every single mini challenge variant. You need to do it with one character. However, it's a race, so the characters are not always going to be lined up at the same time, right? So that's all a problem. So as that is all a problem, you need to keep some characters here, some characters there. Every time you do a challenge, you need to reset it up for the next person that comes in, right, to do the challenge for the race, while at the same time thinking of where the next character is going to go, setting up that, you know, so you need to do constantly, do mini challenge, reset up, do mini challenge, reset up, right? Well, while that is all happening, you need to remember everything, remember all the challenges, remember details about it that are going to get mentioned, and then all of it is, you know, just like, all this is important, and in general, it's just hard, you know, like, it's just a hard life. You need to make 20 mini challenges, remember 20 mini challenges, just all of this stuff, well, at the same time having the characters not be aligned in terms of where they are, and it's all a bit of a mess, and, like, it does a good try, man. It does a good try, but it's just like, it's just hard, you know. It's difficult. It is difficult for this episode to do. You know, it suffers from it greatly. We're having the explanation of every challenge, do the Flipnote and everything. And then we end up starting off, even from just details like the drawing now needing to be one-handed, because honestly, I think the last time that we have seen, it's been a while since we've seen a shot, not handheld shot, right? Because it's been all the way since the beginning since we've seen a shot with the camera placed down, and it's been. I don't remember, ever since the Southampton episode, I don't remember seeing that anybody else recording. So that was like a special moment. Special moment where there was an additional crew member, but other than that, it ran out. Melon without arms ends up drawing it pretty poorly, but manages to do it. You would get in, you end up getting the Jack of Hearts. No, the Jack Heart, the King of Hearts, ends up getting found by Fridge, who does re-put it in place. However, is not smart, does not think of putting it near the bottom, does not think of shuffling the deck, right? So they leave the King of Hearts that they found at the top, which allows for Melon to make up great amounts of time on that. Fair enough. It's an honest mistake, when you're thinking quick on your feet, not something that you might think about. You might, but not every time you're going to be capable of thinking that through, properly having that there. So I think that it's fairs. It's fairs enough. That's a fairs mistake. And then we end up having the bathroom, of course. It ends up being a little bit of a mess because you need to go into the bathroom and then you need to go out of the bathroom via one of the things. We end up asking the ventilation, be like, how did we even get there? Great question. I think you used the other ventilation. That's too right? How did you get up there? There was like a ladder, I think. There was some. You went up on a platform. I don't know what it was, but how that is pretty tall. That is a great question. Either way, then Fridge ends up sliding out to the door. Then Melon ends up doing the things as usual, and then they get together. We end up having the challenge, which is to crack the code. Now, there isn't a code to crack. There's just a hint. It's like a cross. It's not a cross, but it's like a friggin' there's the name for it. It's like a hangman. I don't know. It's interesting. I'll be honest, apparently, so the Fridge's one is, the hint is milk, and it's what milk makes, which is cheese. Now, I will admit, my original presumption was carton. That was going to be my answer, because a milk carton, it fits in there as well, and, it's a hint that it's a milk, a carton holds milk that is in a fridge, right? That's all makes sense, right? And then for the vegetable, I did not have time to really figure this out before they said it, but yeah, it's broccoli. That's the one that fits for that a set of words. But yeah, it's interesting how there were multiple possible answers for the milk one. Either way, yeah, cheese is, I guess, made from milk, so fair enough. Then we end up having Gold Ingot being insane. Be like, what? How did you solve this? It's almost like you're supposed to. It's supposed to be a mini challenge. It's not supposed to be a major stump. The contestants are not supposed to be stumped in the mini challenges. It's supposed to be easy. And now they're getting upset at it. What did you want them to do? Did you want them to be there forever? What? Huh? What? Okay, sure. And then we end up having the key, we end up finding the key, and then the game ends up going insane again. Like, stop, God, Gold Ingot, you made a challenge. The contestants are doing the challenge. This is supposed to be a good thing. Come on now. Let's not get ahead of ourselves here. Alright, and then they end up having to go into the pocket dimension after the quiz. What are the quiz? How was basketball eliminated? I don't remember. It was apparently on the tiebreaker with Bottle because of the King of Hearts. So I do not remember that. Who sang the song about rejoinings? It was Fridge, but accidentally Fridge while recording it in the studio pressed the mute button. It happens. Then. What does Pan like? Utopian trees. Everybody knows, except not them, of course. And then finally, we end up having the challenge. What team won the key challenge? It was the smaller one, so the bottom one. However, Fridge wasn't there. Guesses it based on luck. To be fair, yeah, I guess you can kind of context clues it from where the hell Shuriken ended up. But you can. You end up getting it correct, and then you got to go into the pocket dimension. That is apparently a Game Boy. You gotta go into the portal, which is like a Game Boy. So I mean, fair, okay, cool, I guess. Isn't this just a Game Boy? No, not a Game Boy. Which is true. That is facts, because it is not a Game Boy. It is a Game Boy Advance. Very different. So in this case, I will admit, Golding is correct. Technically correct, the best kind of correct. That's what we want. But yeah, what's definitely standing out is that bro has all of the consoles. YellowAngiru was swimming in handhelds, bro. We got like a DSi, we got like a 3DS, we got like a Game Boy Advance SP, we got all of the consoles, bro. Bro has every Nintendo handheld. Fair enough. Fair enough. I swear to God, episode 22, we're about to pull up the freaking Virtual Boy. Virtual Boy's not a handheld. We're about to pull up like the freaking Game Boy original and to play Tetris on that new final challenge, but do Tetris on the Game Boy. Right, yeah, they get out of the pod dimension, and then we end up discovering something. Cup is no longer here because Cup has dipped. Gold Ingot says, like, what? Cup could have been anywhere. Like, what do you think? You think Cup is actually an evil spy from the government trying to take the money? Bro. And then right as Gold Ingot says that, and they're going, oh my God. He could be. Well, look, as far as we are aware, well, of course, we as viewers are aware that, yeah, that's probably true, right? Because of the sentence of episode 20. However, I will be fully honest that as people in the show, just because Cup is not here, this does not, just because Cup not here does not equal Cup is evil government spy. Those are different events. It's like A is not connected to D. Those are like different universe. Like there's like a couple of different, like we're missing a couple of the pieces to arrive to that conclusion. No, the fact that Gold Ingot just says that's convenient. That's what I like to call convenient writing. Okay, that is convenient writing. It's when something that wouldn't usually happen ends up being written because it would be convenient to progress the story, right? That is convenient writing. That moment right there, that is a convenient writing moment. But either way, we then end up sending ourselves into the to be continued screen. I will admit, though, is well prepared, considering there's an apparent, I'm presuming that there's a 15-minute video limitation on YellowAngiru's channel for whatever reason. You needed to kind of, sort out because the challenge was too long. However, we put it in at a good, relatively nice, sort of point. Sorry, what is the word? Cliffhanger. Oh my God, it's at a relatively good cliffhanger, right? Which I would say that most of us can say is a good point. At the challenges, we're roughly halfway. We're going into the comic dimension, which we're presuming we're not seeing because, of course, you would need to draw an entire comic, right? So the presumption is that we wouldn't get to see it. So all of this stuff is correct, and I would say that we're doing pretty good in that aspect. To be prepared, which I will say that it's overall relatively impressive, considering it is. I'm still like the only thing that I don't know how the hell this show is doing is still the music. Because, like, the music is in the background a couple of videos ago. But, like, there's no way. Like, the computer isn't on the bathroom. So how is it that the music is playing while we're in the bathroom? I don't know. I feel... My presumption is that it's an editing. My presumption is that it is an editing. Like, we just take a song, we just record it. We just record audio, right, of a song playing, and then we sometimes put it in the background. Like, that's gotta be the idea. And then it somehow ends up sounding really natural. Right? That's the only thing it can be, because otherwise it doesn't make sense. Anyways, it's time for the final leg of the Paper Puppets Season 1 journey. It's Paper Puppets Episode 22, Secrets Revealed. Go! Alright, that is Paper Puppets episode 22, Secrets Revealed, and the finale of the season. It's really felt like, we've been a long way to get to this moment, and this is a relatively interesting finale, so let's chat about it. First of all, a general opinion. I think that this episode definitely does end up significantly better off than episode 21. Because it decides to take it more linearly than it does, right? Because, as we've been discussing, complexity in a show recorded in real time, in real life, is increased exponentially compared to any other medium, right? Which means that these episodes, they function better the more linear the storytelling is, right? And this episode does focus in on making it relatively linear in the way where there's just kind of one progression. There's always one thing happening at a time, right? Like, it's never an exaggeration. They're doing the challenge, then it's the finale, then it's the guy arriving, then it's the battle, right? And everything. Like, it's all happening at like one thing at a time, and therefore it's never too confusing, and you can tell that we're not overwhelmed, as in episode 21, you can tell that we were overwhelmed at the amount of things that we needed to keep track of in terms of the challenge, and here it doesn't. However, by forming this linearity, it sacrifices quite a bit, right? What does it sacrifice? Well, it sacrifices the challenge in a way, right? It sacrifices the curiosity of the challenge, right? Because the contestants are pretty much not racing. They're just going together, right? For this race, they're not racing. They're going together, challenge by challenge, solving them. It's almost like in the comic dimension, they had they had like a realization. They had like a realization in the comic dimension, and they were like, well, we cannot be bothered. So then they're just out here being friends, they're chatting, being like, wow, Fridge, isn't this race that we're having, isn't this so easy? It's like, Fridge's like, yeah, this is so easy. And it's like, yo, y'all supposed to be racing. What is this chit chat y'all are having in between sections? Like, what? But at the same time, I was like, all right. That's fair. Then you need to create 2 words with golden. Yep. Then you end up needing to make a flip note. They take 6.5 hours to make a flip note. I'm sorry. They took 10 minutes in the challenge. Is that the power of a duo? That they cannot say so. And again, this is a race. Why does it matter if you flip note? But yeah, first of all, making a flip note is a terrible race idea, because of course you just you're it's gonna be nominated as like you're gonna get like a dot on it, and you can just type a dot, and then you're gonna be good, like that's all that you really need, and yeah. And then you can move on. Like, yo, yes, I did it. I did the flip note, right? And it's like, okay, cool. You did, yep, all right. And with that, they proceed to go. But yeah, they're pretty much just not racing anymore, right? And eventually we end up having Cup not be an evil spy. Okay, no more spy. Whoever it was that were talking to the master, we don't know what's going on with them. They end up getting the coin, and then eventually they give a present to YellowAngiru. But we end up skipping like 2 challenges. We really were not bothered. 2 of the challenges says you can skip, and it's like, bro. And then eventually we head to the final challenge, which is a 100-meter dash. They even literally agree. Yo, let's have a fair race. There's too much sportsmanship going on in this show. There is way too much sportsmanship going on in this show, bro. Be evil. I need some evil characters. Come on now. We're eliminating all the threats. This is what you're left with. You're left with a bitch-ass final 2. But either way, we end up having the final race, and in this 100-meter sprint, we end up having Melon win the show. Melon is the winner of Paper Puppets Season 1. At the end of the day, I gotta say, good job. You have managed to get by, you know. In a show that's overall been relatively harsh to the OGs, you know, by doing like 2 debuts, like 3 rejoins, right? Making it from the beginning to the end was honestly rather complicated, so Melon did manage to do it. Do I like Melon? Not really. I do not think that Melon is interesting at all. I think that Melon, like, has this, definitely did do team leading majority of the time, but sort of quieted down a bit too much in individual challenges, and in general kind of wasn't too much, right? Like, it wasn't a great character, you know, to be honest. Like, I'm not looking at Melon thinking of like a revered character, you know. I honestly thought that he had to go. Like back a couple episodes ago, I even said it, but Melon did end up being the winner. So I mean, GG. It does keep the thing of rejoiners winning. In fact, alive. That, you know, at the end of the day, this is one of the olden shows. I mean, that this is one of the shows that has set the stereotype that rejoiners can't win. So, you know, it goes how it goes. But yeah, as usual, I like to say, should a winner should represent the show. Does Melon represent the show? I don't think so. To be honest, I don't think that they do. I think that Pan probably represents the show the most because it's the character with the most personalization in the show, but also represents a lot of, you know, the good aspects of the show, right? The, you know, again, being capable of coming up with some interesting characters on the spot, right? The utilization of props and stuff around the house, which Pan did a lot, right? The experimentation of trying to add little tidbits of dialogue and this and iconic moments, right? With the, oh, I really like you, or whatever, right? That Pan said, you know, it was this experimentation. So I do think that Pan would have represented the show the best. Out of them, being also, you know, inconsistent in nature, being really good at challenges, also really poor, right? Just like the show. In a way, all this stuff would have made sense. So I do think that Pan would have been the best winner. However, we do end up having Melon win out here. However, Melon ends up getting the $1 million, and right then we end up finding out the real villain, Mr. Hand. This is the villain. You were the villain. Mr. Hand is the villain, and they've decided that they will do the evil. So, by the way, somehow, okay, right before we talk about this, afterwards, Mr. Hand goes on to chase Melon to ask, give me the $1 million. And it's like, hold on, give me a moment. Melon never received the $1 million. It's not like when you say you win $1 million or instantaneously teleported to your bank account. How does that happen? There was no briefcase. You know, I think the idea was that there was a briefcase and $1 million that Melon had, but we didn't ever make a visual representation of it, so it just kind of doesn't work. But okay, cool. But anyways, Mr. Hand ends up having a backstory. We'll be honest, this backstory makes no sense. This backstory, the best way that I can describe this backstory is it is word salad. It says a bunch of stuff and things. It says words, and it does what it wants to do, you know? Like, let's talk about it, okay? Alright. So, they have been behind all of the bad things to have ever happened in this show. What? You've been behind all of the bad things. What? Okay, good. We're starting off great, alright? We're analyzing this speech one by one, alright? Okay. So, we're gonna tell you my plan. Around 5 years ago, I joined the government, sure. And the government had built an artificial planet, of course he did, which was at least 2,000 light years away. Why? I don't know, but they did that. And the object community has been overpopulated by so many shows. You better not look at the nowadays. Like, have you even seen chaotic objects? No, what is chaotic object? What is that? That is not a show that has survived the test of time, I guess. What the chaotic objects? Where is it? What is this? What is this? Who made this? Who made this show? Do we even know? I don't know. Somebody made it, okay? Alright, well look, no idea what it was, but this did not survive. But whatever. Like I was saying, they need to build an atomic bomb to destroy the world. Why? Yep. We are going to be repopulating or making new object shows or other stuff like that on another planet, as I said, far away, and they assign me to blow up the world. Okay. Look. The main problem with this plan is that, like, what? No, the main problem with this plan is that, like, they made a planet 2,000 light years away so that they could restart civilization and restart object shows from there. Sure. Okay, let's say that. But then, if you want to restart civilization from there, why do you need to blow up this one? Let this one exist. That's the reason. The reason you make another planet 2,000 light years away is that so you can separate that civilization from this one. So whether this civilization is here does not refer on the new, even an improved civilization that you are making 2,000 light years away on an artificial planet. Right? So, like, blowing up the world is a not useful scenario that changes nothing except blowing up the world. So, that's the one problem with this plan, okay? So they assigned Mr. Hand to blow up the job, but like they were saying, they needed the $1 million to build the atomic bomb. They could build 2 atomic bombs for $1 million. Elon Musk is gonna have a lot of atomic bombs in due time. If you can build 2 atomic bombs for $1 million, that means that each atomic bomb is going to cost $500K. So if you consider that Elon Musk is worth Elon Musk is worth multiple billion, but let's say you're a billionaire, okay, that there's a lot of them. Okay, let's say if you were a billionaire, that is 1,000 millions. So that would mean that any billionaire would be capable of buying 2,000 atomic bombs. Oh, wait, remember, all it takes is 2 to destroy the world, because these are ultra buffed atomic bombs that can get 50% of Earth's surface. This is great. This is the greatest story I've ever heard. I'm into this. Love this story. This is great. Oh my god. Paper Puppet. What is this? This is hilarious. I'm telling you, Paper Puppets is the greatest comedy I've ever heard. What is this? Then the other half, and the only way was to get onto a show because it is the government, they cannot have money. The government does not have money. They need to get money from a object show that is getting there, so they need to do that. And so Mr. Han decides to do that by getting the $1 million to steal it. For some reason, after the winner has won it, you couldn't steal it before. I don't know, but like doing all of that. So okay, it's sure. And then yeah, that's that. So that's the lore. That's the lore. It's great lore. It's amazing lore. It's truly elite lore. Look, here's the deal. All right. Look. Here's the thing. This show's old, okay? I think we're definitely in the degree. We're to an extent, right? I think that making fun of the plot point of it is fair, right? Like, I don't want to harp on it, Again, it's never anything against it. And I think that creating this is actively fine, It's what happens when you're, constructing, a plot line kind of fast, right? And you just kind of want it to be cool, right? It's a kid thing to do, Like, at the end of the day, you're developing on it, and everything's working out, and, you can tell that the story works out. So I would never, I don't hate on the story, but it's fun to see, right? Like, regardless of, whatever is good. Like, I think it's healthy, At the end of the day, all this stuff, it encourages creativity. So, go make stories. Go make stories. If you want to make a story where Elon Musk buys 2,000 atomic bombs and blows up the entire solar system, then you can do that. Because, it encourages creativity, encourages thinking outside the box, encourages thinking of new scenarios, and just in general, trying to foster up the creativity within a person is always good, right? Whether, or not, it's serious or not, it doesn't really matter, right? In general, as long as you're being creative, I think that there's some it's always good, right? It's always good to be creative, and to do creative things, right? So in general, there's nothing against it. I find it funny that this plot line is like this. However, I wouldn't ever say don't do it. I wouldn't ever tell a paper puppet, no, you need to make a real plot line. It's fine. It's fun. So I don't mind. It's the same way as in every Country Balls videos, for example, right? And their plot line is whatever the fuck it is, right? Whatever alternate history they make up, where somehow fucking Guam ends up taking over the world or whatever, right? It's not it's fun. It doesn't matter, right? It's just for the sake of it. So it's cool. But anyways, eventually Mr. Han ends up going over with the battle, and then as part of the battle, Fridge ends up coming in and saying, no, I will defend my friend. And then they get all crumpled up and are nearly dying. But for some reason, everybody's really sad about this because they don't have recovery, even though, I thought they did. Didn't they have recovery? Wait a minute. I'm sorry. Did are we implying that the contestant got flushed down a toilet and survived? Is that the implication? I don't think that's what... I don't know. Don't know about that. No, because, we do have a recovery center. We know this. When we were in the hotel in Ottawa, I think, right? We mentioned that we were, that we weren't at the recovery center or whatever, right? So, there is a recovery center in Paper Puppets. So, in general... yeah, it's not even that big of a deal. But either way, we end up crumpling them up until eventually we end up having the realization, let's open the portal to the comic dimension, the GBA. So they end up opening the portal, they put it on max throttle mode, and eventually Mr. Han gets caught by the comic dimension, goes, whoa. Somehow Melon doesn't get caught by it. I would imply that I think they should, right? Because they're in the same ballpark, so they should getting sucked up alongside Mr. Han. But anyway, Mr. Han gets sucked up by the comic dimension. They end up falling into the comic dimension. We close it off and we go, alright, let's keep a track of this so that way we leave. Now, being in the comic dimension, will be 100% honest, I don't think it, at least from the way that this show has implied, I mean, even at the beginning of the episode, Fridge and Melon leave the comic dimension and go wow, that was really easy, wasn't it? I mean, leaving the comic dimension has never taken more than like 5 minutes. So in general, I'm not sure if leaving the comic dimension is exactly the toughest task in the world. So I mean, look, we closed down this portal, but we just did another one, right? So, like, in general, I don't know. I feel like Mr. Hand will be leaving there relatively soon. I don't know if Mr. Hand shows up in Paper Puppets Take 2, because I have no idea how... Like, this is the thing. I don't know. I've said it. I think I said this yesterday in one of the segments. I have no idea. Paper Puppets Take 2 could have literally zero correlation to this. And then, like, everything that we're seeing here doesn't matter. Right? Or it could have a lot of plot point, and I watch this is cool, right? Because it, it eventually evolves on it, right? So it's kind of the question. Like, I don't know. Is Paper Puppets Take 2 going to be a reset of sort of the idea? So, like, kind of like relations and personalities and, general plot lines and locations and stuff are all going to be new, so pretty much the two completely different shows, or is it going to evolve on this? I don't know. I have no idea, but we're going to need to see in due time, because it is interesting to see. Anyways, eventually then they end up having ending, and they were like, yay, good job, we did it. Fridge ends up waking up because they got crumpled up but not ripped, which is nice. Then eventually Melon decides to split the million with everybody, because everybody deserves it. Melon, good job, Melon. You are successfully realizing that you did not deserve the $1 million bucks. Good, I'm proud of you. Everybody arrives to that realization sometime. But yeah, you end up doing that. YellowAngiru, who got beat up by Mr. Hand in the part of the battle scene, ends up surviving as well, which is nice. Thanks to everybody. We're not having a very long thanks to everybody, because the show is done. It's a wrap, but it's a wrap. And that is Paper Puppets. I specifically allowed myself to ramble on in the final episode chat because of the final episode chat, right? So, it's a little bit of a broader discussion about all the season, and talk about the finale in depth, even though it's it's an 11-year-old finale. Fuck it, I'm here, might as well talk about it. Yeah, Paper Puppets, overall, what do you think of it as a show? I mean, I've been sitting here for 5 hours talking about it, which would imply that, I've spent like 4.5 hours watching it, which is a long time. So, in general, I've had a lot of time with this show, and I will say that overall, is it an experience I would recommend somebody watching? Well, it depends on Take 2, to be honest. It depends on that classic Take 2, which I don't know, right? Is Take 2 gonna be super similar, or is it gonna be different? Is this show gonna be referenced in Take 2? We don't know. However, despite that, lack of knowledge, I will say that my initial presumption is that, yeah, probably not. You probably don't really need to watch this. It's a big time investment for something, and while I don't mind, because I have a fondness to this kind of, very indie feel of kid with a phone recording it. I enjoy it, I look on it fondly, right? But in general, if you're just an object show viewer who wants to take a look at an object show, wants to know what the hype's all about and all that stuff, I would say that you're most likely not going to gain much from watching this, especially if you don't have that much time, right? Because 4 hours, right, and a lot of it is just YellowAngiru trying to figure out how to say a word, right? And in general, it ends up as not a super memorable one, probably, but in general, I'm saying in general a lot because I'm trying to generalize. However, I'm not generalizing very well. This is what YellowAngiru from 2013 does whenever they try to say anything. There's a repeat the sentence. So yeah, I do think that you could skip it, but if you do enjoy this type of content, you have some memories with it, I would say that you can. It's cute if you have nothing better to do for an afternoon, right? it's the type of thing that would be, it's kind of fun to watch with friends, I would say, because you can kind of, laugh at it, like banter on it. It's one of those shows where, like, I think the lower quality shows, they're very fun to banter with. Like, if you have a friend, I recommend it. If you have a friend. If you have a friend who's willing to watch it with you, I would recommend, banter with it. But, like, in general, this show is, it's alright. And, is it good for the time? It's honestly solid. In terms of, IRL made shows from the era, I would say that it survives for sure. It manages to end up having a relatively coherent, right? Again, there's an episode or two where you can feel you're really struggling, to keep everything in line and to keep everything in their head and to be able to say it. But on average, you can tell majority of episodes are relatively well organized. All right, we end up having some solid challenges. We have that we think of music. We think of what the characters are gonna say, right? Like the actual episode by episode, you can tell that nearly never for, I would say, at least 15 episodes, which is a great majority, we are definitely going into it pretty much fully prepared, right? To where YellowAngiru from 2013-2014 realistically could not have done that episode any better than what we saw, right? Like, I don't think that there was any skimping out. It was truly the best that there was for them at the time, right? The best that they could deliver, and I would say that it was, and you can tell because the motivation was there. Eventually made friend, the recommended character, voting count increased exponentially. All of this stuff happened, and as it happened, the show grew, and we ended up even daring to try stuff like these storylines. So I do think that it was a show that definitely had effort put in. You can feel effort put into it. And at the end of the day, that's what really matters. That's what really matters, right? Like, whether the technical quality of the show was the highest level, it wasn't, right? It wasn't. We did not have a great camera. We did not have a great, we did not have a great setting. We did not have a lot of things, right? And in general, however, what mattered was the effort, right? Because you can tell when you can tell who's going far a lot of the time, right? When you can see somebody's potential, you can see somebody's potential by how much effort, by how much soul they put into the craft, which they can do, right? And by seeing here, this YellowAngiru from 2013, 2014, putting in this effort to make Paper Puppets a functional show, which again is not easy. You cannot just turn on a camera and make an episode like this. There is a lot of pre-preparation. Go try. It doesn't work. Making a plot video isn't easy. Like, it's not actually that easy to make a plot video as coherent as this, which is, it's relatively coherent, right? It's like you need preparation, so you can tell that the effort put in and the soul put in to have it be original, have it be constant for a lot of time, to have not that many delays, right? To keep it going for a long time, to really put the trust in and try variety and really have the show finish. You could tell that there was a lot of motivation, there was a lot of soul, and there was a lot of effort. And when you see those things in a person, you can see them from early signs. This is how you find the people with potential, and then from then you can already imagine. You can already imagine, because if somebody has those things, if somebody has motivation, if somebody is putting in the effort, and if somebody puts in their soul into what they're doing, right? They have the potential to reach whatever ceiling their craft is. And I think that Paper Puppets is a really nice way to see how YellowAngiru had all of those things lining up with them, despite at that time not having the technical resources or capability to animate or to do, any type of scripted content. But despite those things, the three main components of a creator that goes far, they were all there, which means that YellowAngiru managed to make it to the top. That's my final discussion piece on Paper Puppets. Let's do an outro. Alright, that will be all for today's episode of Object Catchup. It's a long one. It's 5 hours. It's one of the longest episodes of Catchup that we've seen. I was not expecting Paper Puppets to take me too long. To be fair, it shouldn't have. I did have these days quite a bit of not doing it, like I had roughly lined up the plan that I posted in the community post for around 2 hours and a half of recording done per day, which would have done it, as you can see, it would have made it 5 hours, and therefore I would have reached it yesterday. However, I didn't get it done because I only did 2 hours. 2 hours is the usual that I do. However, in general, due to, a thing or another, whether it's a lack of motivation, B, being in a project, C, any of those things, right? A lot of things, piled on together, right? Whether it's, watching stuff, being, talking with friends, going outside, and all those things, right? They eventually call on various specifics of time, and which can be longer or shorter, right? Because, I'm not, in general, I like doing Object Catchup, but I'm usually not going to skimp out on a rarer plan that to go oh, sorry, I gotta record Catchup, I could watch Paper Puppets, right? So in general, I do gotta, focus in on things that are more important when they are, right? Because in general, Object Catchup is a daily thing. Certain things are not daily, right? So you gotta kind of take up a bit more focus on it. So that's kind of why I could not lock in on Paper Puppets in 2 days like it was the plan. But hey, we got it done in one video and we got it done. What's next? According to the plan, it should be Bean Show, or at least that part of the Sacriverse. We'll see if I can get it done. I'm not sure what to do with that 100% because I've heard that there's the 5 Secondly Object show, which I have no idea because it's just the Bean Show stuff is a spin-off. So do we watch the main one? Then there's another season that doesn't count. That was after. That doesn't matter. So what's the order? There's not really a chronological order. They're not included as part of the playlist. So I don't really know, right? So in general, I don't kind of know. I think we'll just watch that stuff that's officially labeled spin-off and go from there, and then maybe watch a 5SOS a different time, but we will need to see in due time, and then it'll be Take 2 time. Hopefully I can get Take 2 done in about the time, because it has less episodes. They are longer, but usually it's better to talk about longer episodes. So I'm gonna need to see, right? I'm gonna need to see, I'm trying to get it done in 1 week because, of course, a lot of stuff is releasing. But in general, if it happens to take me longer, it'll take me longer, right? There's not much I can really do about it. But, yeah. That is the current status for the Paper Puppets episode. I'm satisfied with it. It's a long one. It's a big one. It's a very different one, of course, because, this is a show that's pretty much unlike any other. And, for Paper Puppets, we're caught up with season 1. One more to go. See you next time. Goodbye.